Good morning, everyone. How are we all doing today? Let's turn on some music to get this show on the road. How are we all doing today, legends? How are we all doing today? Yesterday was a video update. As we've discussed, the schedule has video updates involved. I know a lot of you prefer those updates, but today is live stream day, and I have a sneaky feeling it's going to be a good one. Let's go through the comment section. We do the pop-out chat. If I go to my other tab, I'll duplicate this. All right, legends. All right, legends. Trades are looking good. Today's a lovely day. A little bit chilly over here, hence the sweater. But let's get into it. I think that what we're seeing here is some pretty constructive price action. And we'll go through some comments now as we open up some more charts. All right, what do you think about today? I think that we're seeing constructive price action, and I will let you guys know as the price action develops. But I really do think that what we're seeing here is not impulsive to the downside. And what this means, for those of you that are new to trading and new to the community, when it's not impulsive to the downside, it basically just means that it's not like an aggressive move down. Normally what you want to see with these kinds of moves with Bitcoin, if we're going to get like a massive rejection, is something along these lines where you pop down, you come up, you pop down, you come up, you pop down. So this kind of double 1-2. Those of you guys that do Elliott wave theory know exactly what I'm talking about. But because it's very slow and slowly bleeding, this leads me to believe and leads me to favor another push to the upside. Doesn't mean it has to happen, but what it does mean is it does favor that kind of price action. So let's see, because it's like price isn't really aggressively moving lower. And actually, the short that I took on the last live stream, I took approximately 50% profits from this position. You can see here. So I shared it in my community first and foremost, as always. I took 50% profits because of how the structure was looking. Now, in hindsight, because I entered right up here, would I have preferred to wait to down here to take some profits? Of course. And in fact, our first TP was hit. So I am going to take 25% profits on this Bitcoin short right now because first TP has been hit. I'm hoping we push up higher so I can re-enter. That's what I'm gunning for. I'm hoping that we can push up higher. Let's take a look at the live chat. Okay, it worked. So shaved some more profits. The balance when I started this trade on this account on BTCC was at around 40,000, I believe. So far I've made around 5K on this trade. I'm going to just give an update in the community right now as I have you guys tuning in. Should be a very exciting day. We are 70 plus here watching. Good start. Yeah, guys, I think it's going to be an interesting live stream. I'm just going to message guys, if you're not in the premium group, I don't know what you're doing. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my market analysis. Sometimes there's no trades to be taken on the stream, or a lot of the times I should say. 9 times out of 10, the trades that I take are shared in the group, but they don't happen when we're in this kind of going into US session. So if you'd like to join and see how I've been operating in the market, guys, remember you have the first link in the description down below. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades, and you trade with your own capital. We have a lot of members that recently joined on Kraken because it's a pretty solid option. But as you know, Bluffin is my go-to platform where I take most of my trades. I recently entered a hype trade within my community as well. It's looking okay, but the thing with these trades, especially on alts, is we do require Bitcoin to hold up here. If Bitcoin dumps, unfortunately, these altcoin trades, they don't play out. Bitcoin determines the rest of the market. But for now, I'm happy with how I executed this trade. It looks pretty constructive. And so long as Bitcoin can behave, as I like to say, other cryptocurrencies can perform well in the short term. Today, we're also going to talk about the Clarity Act. What new developments do we have? But one moment, I'm just messaging in the community right now. To Luke, guys, okay, we need to talk about something very, very important. To Luke, please don't fall for that nonsense. Please, man, please. Please. All right, let's get into it. So Taluk says, please everyone pay attention here. Taluk said, today you replied to my comment with a WhatsApp number. Is that your personal number? Legends, I love all of you, I really do, but you will never get my personal number. I have a Telegram community and the links are in the description down below. As the channel starts to get a little bit bigger, we're going to have more impersonators and more scammers. And this whole WhatsApp thing, it's strange because I am starting to see this a lot in my comments where I have to basically block that impersonator. It's like a bot account that says, thank you for your comment. Here is my WhatsApp number. Guys, be careful, please. Please, please, please. And to be perfectly honest with you, I know I'm saying this is not the nicest thing to say, but to be perfectly honest with you, if you can't differentiate between the links in the description down below and a scammer in the comments, you probably shouldn't be leverage trading Bitcoin. I'm just keeping it real, guys. There's a lot of other things you should be worrying about if you fall for something like that. I'm going to do my best to always warn you guys, but there are starting to get, like, there's more and more impersonators as the channel grows. We just hit 20,000 subscribers, as you guys know. It's been pretty awesome journey so far, but I would imagine that this is only going to get worse. So please be careful. All the links are in the description down below, the exchanges that I use, and my Telegram community. Usually when I post a video, I will also copy this first one to join my community, and I will pin it in the comment section. Unless stated otherwise, the rest is scams. So please, please, please be careful. Okay. So let's see. Yes, Darren Mitchell, actually, I am looking at SpaceX. I think that this could be interesting here. It's trading this chart is a little bit more of a, let's call it a little bit more of a gamble, but I might be willing to play around with this one because it's just dumping and dumping and dumping and dumping. And you can see that this prior wick was a significant level for SpaceX. If we can reclaim it, it might actually be interesting for a trade that I would share within my community. But I would only be risking like maybe 0.5 to 1 at most of my trading portfolio. This wouldn't be like a serious trade. I remember there was one guy that said he was in a long from 170 in one of my latest live streams, and he mentioned that he was holding out for a target of 800. Got a feel for the guy. Did he just politely slap me? Taluk, yeah, we can call it that. I did just politely slap you. All right. So, game plan, still very much the same. And as per the title and thumbnail, I actually think that this is relatively constructive price action. The volume is dropping. We're not getting a big aggressive move down. But if we do tap into above 67K, for me at least, that is a new potential scalp short entry. I'm still in my long from the lows at $58,000. I've been gradually taking profits on the way up, and every single time I do this and every single trade that I take, shared in my community, as you guys probably know by now. Well, the CBM, Mine Pillar Markets, my man. Am I talking with Andy or Devolt? I'm ready to, if I'm talking with Andy, I'm ready to go to Mallorca, man. It's over. It's over. Girl has it all. Hello, hope you're well. SpaceX, be aware of share unlock. I believe it's August 11th. Yeah, 100%. All right, we're going to go through some comments. Price is dumping a little bit, which I actually prefer going into the US Open, stock market open. It is me. It is him, the legend. So this is largely what I'm looking at. Is this something you can take to the bank? The answer is no. You can never take a silly drawing like this to the bank. But I have to say, I am a little bit surprised that we're not getting any kind of pullbacks and it's just straight up. Maybe it's a grind out situation like this. But ultimately, I do think that we reject somewhere within this vicinity above the 2021 all-time high, and maybe even as high as this 200-day moving average, which is currently sitting at $72,500. Every live stream, every video that I make, the 200-day moving average continues to drop, and it totally makes sense because price is below the level. That's how moving averages work. Well, let's see. A bit of a grind out. We're stalling out here. Yesterday, what is your biggest profit and loss in Bitcoin, says Samir. I have lost 6 figures trading Bitcoin, but I have also won multiple 6 figures. Actually, my biggest profit on Bitcoin was a Bitcoin short, which I'm currently still holding, and I plan to make it even bigger. It is this position down here where I'm currently up just under $600,000. This is a trade that I've been holding for quite some time, and I plan to add to the position. This trade was shared within the community. Every trade you see here is shared within the community. Do I have some losses along the way? Of course I do. Do I have some moments, for example, where, I regret shaving profits from a position because I could have taken advantage of more downside price action, like the Bitcoin short that I took at 66,839 within the community? Of course. But the key thing with trading is that over the long term, as long as you're profitable, nothing else really matters. The rest is just noise. And when I lose, I tend to lose less capital than when I win. That's it. Please remember, guys, nothing that I discuss on the channel should be construed as financial advice. I am not a financial advisor. I'm literally just a guy on the internet sharing all of his own personal trades and his overall market analysis. Read the full disclaimer in the description down below if you'd like to know the additional details. If you're watching me for financial advice, well, you shouldn't be. All right, we're going to go through the comments. So I am in the community. We longed. I keep on saying we shouldn't say we because it's what I did and you guys make your own decisions in this market. But I longed hype. And I think that hype can maybe get another push, assuming Bitcoin can hold around these levels. We have Alejandro, who probably hasn't joined the stream quite yet, but he likes to tune in. And he messaged me on Telegram because he's part of, one of my premium priority folders. Basically, if you guys don't know what this means, if you're trading with 25K, 100K, 500K plus, you get added into my priority folder where I do answer your questions individually. But he was saying, man, what an epic trade on hype. But we cannot get excited because Bitcoin determines the rest of the market. If this price action is to play out in a corrective fashion, which it appears to be doing so, and we pop back up, this is going to be absolutely phenomenal for some cryptocurrencies. However, if this just continues to slowly bleed and we do get an impulse down, then naturally any long trades on altcoins, they don't look good. But I like how Bitcoin is looking here. I think that people are overly eager to get into aggressive shorts. And if I had to guess, gun to my head, based on what I'm seeing with this price action, so far, this can continue to climb up. It can. And perhaps the pivot that we've all been waiting for is FOMC on July 29th. So I'll try to do a live stream on July 29th for FOMC. You guys know I like my FOMC live streams. I do rip them for quite a while. I will be traveling at that time because I'm visiting some friends across the country. So I've booked a nice Airbnb, and I've asked them explicitly if their Wi-Fi and their overall internet connection is sufficient for live streams, and they said yes. So let's see. Sometimes you don't know. A lot of people don't know what kind of internet speed is actually required to keep these streams solid and not just like choppy, crappy streams. But let's see. Let's see. Reiner the Flow Artist, are you shorting hype? No, guys, I'm not shorting hype. I've been longing hype. So we're currently up over $10,000 on this trade so far. I'm not planning on TPing any yet, but I shared this trade in the community. I took this yesterday, right, guys? Pretty sure, yeah, yesterday. So no, I'm not shorting hype, guys. I'm not shorting hype. Guys, if you want access to any of the trades that I'm sharing with community members, just join the community. Remember, you're not paying me to join. You're trading with your own capital. That's how it works. First link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. So we are taking on some new trades. Right now, this is the first time in quite a while. This is the first time in quite a while that I have so many, like over 5 positions in this market. My positions, because I know some of you guys like this update, my positions are as such. I have a Bitcoin long from $58,000, which is currently up 6 figures. This one was shared within the community. Then I still hold this Bitcoin short that I took when we had that initial Clarity Act pump. $81,500 was my average entry. This one is currently up around $50,000. Then I have this more recent Bitcoin short that I took a few days ago in the community, but I also mentioned it on the live stream. My stop loss is at break even. And this one I've secured around $5,000 in profit, but I'm still holding a little bit. $8,000 in unrealized profit. This was shared within the community. So that's 3 trades so far. Then we have my hype long that I took yesterday. We have my Tau short position, which I'm still holding because my stop loss is at break even, so I'm not particularly stressed. Then I have my big, massive Bitcoin short, which you guys have probably heard me talk about for months because I've been taking profits on the way down, and then I've been adding to my positions on the relief rallies. It's a lot of 6 trades, 6 active trades in this market. It's a lot, guys. All of these trades were shared in the community. So I don't know. I'm not that eager to jump into many new trades. I think SpaceX will be interesting. And we'll take a look at that today as well. We have about an hour and 10 minutes until the US stock market opens. But I think we have some interesting price action ahead of us for sure. Crypto Legend, guys, all my entries and stuff are shared within the community. All right. All right, let's go through some comments. I really wanted to let's grab this and let's go here. Let's get the pop-out chat. Lovely. Okay, we got a lot of comments today. Let me get through them before the stock market opens. Sorry, I keep on getting distracted. A lot of stuff. All right. So, legends. Wow, hype is looking pretty solid now. All right. We'll pull this up. I didn't even know you can do this until I watched my man Devolt's live stream recently. Check this out, guys. Pretty sweet, isn't it? So, shoot. Amateur hour. Where'd it go? Okay. Okay. Let's go through it. We will start off here. Wow, guys, a lot of comments. All right, let's get through it. Let's get through it right now. You took too much profits. That is the only error. But the thing is, Corwin, right? I say that I regret taking too much profits on my Bitcoin short that I took the other day. But the reality is the structure still looks like Bitcoin could hold up here. So, only time will tell. And the other reason why I'm totally okay with taking too much profits is because I'm basically holding massive positions in this market already. So if Bitcoin dumps, I'm going to make more than enough money on the way down. Go 50K. Good morning from Costa Rica, 6 a.m. here. Williams World, my man. You woke up earlier than I did. I set my alarm this morning for just after 6 a.m. I wanted to start the live stream at 7:45, which we managed to do so. Our short trade is locked in profits. GG, man. Macau, yes, sir. My short trade is indeed locked in with profits. I think the real move comes after FOMC meeting. And this is why it's interesting. I think that what could happen is FOMC, if we continue to pump into FOMC, maybe FOMC plus or minus a few days marks the local top for Bitcoin. If we start dumping into FOMC, maybe we get another push up into FOMC. FOMC does like to act as a pivot in the markets. Another fine Thursday, gentlemen. Gemma Gov. Yes, sir. What do you think the bottom will be if you have to choose a price? Look, if I absolutely have to choose, again, gun to my head, I would say that I think Bitcoin can manage to sweep sometime over the course of this year that 2024 summer low. I think that is actually possible. And if you don't know where that is at around sub 50K. I think it's actually possible. Don't take this image to the bank, as I like to say, but I actually do think this is a realistic path for Bitcoin. We still stay strong into end of July here. Maybe there's a pullback or something. But yeah. That being said, within the community, we did discuss multiple times how if you wanted to get exposure to Bitcoin, sub 60K was the time to start DCAing into it. And I have a lot of community members, particularly some of the guys in my group that have a little bit more capital, that have started to DCA into Bitcoin. So that is definitely something we've called for months now, and it's played out. Now we wait and see what happens. All right, so that answers that question. Smash it up, King K. Yes, legends, smash up that like button. I actually like this. It's nice. I can pop open the chat here as I continue the live stream. This is very nice. Why didn't anyone tell me about this? Great stuff. Great stuff. Great stuff. Samir, tell me about your position in Hype. The only thing I can tell you is that I shared my position in Hype yesterday in the community, and right now it's currently up around 10K. But again, I'm not getting ahead of myself. This trade could easily reverse, right? It really depends on Bitcoin. I'll jump on the stream later. Gotta go. All right. SpaceX got a decent drop. Yep, we're gonna talk about that. That might be a new trade that I take. Hey, Matt, group, another positive day ahead. Always another positive day ahead. Jay Beers, that's some pretty funny shit. Yeah, Taluk, please be careful. Don't get scammed. There's a lot of impersonators now jumping in. Good morning, Bitcoin bulls. Reiner Flower, let's dump to 50K today. I don't think that that's possible. Hi, USDT stablecoin dominance is on the daily RSI support line. What do you think of that? We'll talk about that, but I don't only look at USDT dominance. I typically look at USDT plus USDC because that gives you a better view of the overall market in terms of how stable coins are performing. When looking at SpaceX, would you cross-reference with the NASDAQ chart versus Bluffin chart? Don Solano, very good question. The answer is yes. The answer is yes. Someone also asked me recently, like, hey man, on your Hype position, you know, because I have members in the group, quite a few that have joined recently with their existing Kraken accounts. And they've said, oh, like, do you analyze on Kraken? Do you analyze on Bluffin? I typically go on TradingView to do my analysis, and I like to use the Bybit perpetual chart on TradingView, and then I enter my trade on my exchange of choice. I don't actively chart out, unless I'm doing like 5-minute SFPs on the live stream, on Bluffin or Weeks or Kraken. I like to use TradingView because it gives me a clearer view of the market, and I find that regardless of how good the exchange is, there's always some differentiating factors. And so I'd rather look at TradingView and then enter on my exchange of choice based on what I'm seeing on TradingView. But actually with MindPillar, we might build something that will help with that. Don't want to spoil it. Yes. Good morning. We talked about this. SpaceX plan, NASA FAR. Hell yeah, Hype. Matt, when you have big swing trades, how do you determine your TPs and the amount that you close on each TP? I'm still unsure how to manage profits on a big swing. So the idea is basically DCAing out of the position. I'll have like, let's say I enter a trade and I'm looking for a 4-to-1 risk to reward. Like let's say I'm looking for a big trade. I usually take the bulk of my profits at the main target, which would be that 4-for-1 risk to reward. But I do have some TPs along the way where I'm happy to shave 10, 20, 30%, because in case price reverses, I'll be happy that I shaved at least a little bit of profits. Now, some of you will say, no, you should just enter a position, have your profit zone, and then have your stop loss and just let it play out. That is fine, especially if you're a new trader. Maybe that makes more sense. But I have never regretted taking profits, even if price continued to move in favor and I could have taken more profits. I don't regret it. I don't worry about it. That's just how I roll. I take more profits as we head closer to that main TP zone, and then I shave a little bit more. Let's say if we just have this euphoric move, no one can predict that, or a big move to the downside if I'm in a short. I got stopped out on Hype long at break even last night. I'm hoping for a new entry. Yeah, I didn't. This is why, especially with how Bitcoin was moving, I think we had a little bit of a flush on Hype, that big wick to the downside. And someone also messaged me on Telegram saying that we hit like the 0.5 fib, which was another good entry, which is actually a better entry than what I got. Same for a few dollars. Okay. Bad employment data received. Okay. You're not going to go broke taking profits. Exactly. Why don't you follow Solana? I'm not a big Solana guy. I don't think that Solana will perform that well this cycle compared to what it gave us last cycle. Nasafar, I can transfer $25,000 to my Bluffin account to qualify for priority status. Do I need to complete KYC first? Once the funds are transferred, will I automatically be added to the priority list? Yes. So the way it works is I have 3 priority lists. People that are trading with over 25K, people that are trading with over 100K, and people that are trading with over 500K. In that order is how I basically respond to members on Telegram. Guys, you have to remember this isn't me giving you financial advice, but I do answer your questions and concerns depending on how much capital you're trading with. So if you are trading with that amount of capital and you want to be in the ultimate priority folder, it's $500,000 because naturally we've had some traders that have joined with over $1 million. So naturally they do get prioritized. Aside from that, you know, when I started the community, someone caught the perfect gold short. Nice. When I started the community, I was answering everyone. It didn't matter if you were trading with $10,000, $1 million, $500. I was answering everyone. But now it's literally not possible. I have thousands of DMs. We now have 1,400 community members. So it's impossible, right? It's impossible. So I try to answer people like I'm doing now on the live stream, but more detailed answers and voice messages and things like that I can help you with if you're in my priority folder. And to answer the KYC question, I don't think so. You do not need to KYC on Bluffin. When I'm trading with hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, I do KYC. It's just a personal preference, but you don't need to. The one thing I will say though, guys, is on most exchanges, if you don't KYC, there's a maximum withdrawal limit every day. So I think on Bluffin, if you don't KYC, the most you can withdraw every 24 hours is $20,000. Versus if you do end up KYCing, the maximum is like $1 million. So it really depends what kind of capital you're trading with. I know some people, or a lot of people, just don't want to KYC. Nothing wrong with that. To each their own. So supposedly we're dumping and hype is holding well. So jobless data. That came out. Here I have retail sales month over month. I guess we do medium importance. We are July 23rd. Initial jobless claims. Actual consensus. So we have lower than expected. Very interesting. Very interesting. We get a little bit of that dump. Still in my Bitcoin short that I took a few days ago and shared in the community. This is going to be an interesting day. Ooh. Wow, we are dumping, guys. We are dumping. This is where you really find out if we can hold up from an altcoin perspective. You guys know me, I rarely trade altcoins. But yesterday I took a hype long, and if Bitcoin does hold up here, and we show proof of support at 65K, I would suspect that hype will perform extremely well. The reason I say this is because it's dumping less than what Bitcoin is doing right now. But if Bitcoin just absolutely nukes, yeah, it's over, guys. It's GG's. It's GG's. Dump it. Let's see. This is where we can have some outperformance from alts if Bitcoin can hold. Hey, Matt, do you ever look at long-term holder realized price? Yes, I do. I'm looking at a long entry at 65K. There is a value area high of the range we were at. Grigor, absolutely, you are correct. Right here, right? We're in a range. You want to see Bitcoin hold above that level. Just below 65K. The only thing, I would imagine that some shorts, yes. So this is the perfect thing. If Bitcoin is to get another push higher, I would love to see this liquidity grabbed before heading lower. But there are a lot of longs on the market. Let's not kid ourselves. On the 90-day, it is relatively even, though. Dumpy. This is one of those moments where I'm very comfy in my schlongs. All the positions that you see, guys, all of these ones that I've been sharing, I only have one position that doesn't have stop loss at break even. So some of you might think that I'm stressing out. Not at all, guys, not at all. I take profits on my trades and then I sit in my trades, and whatever the market wants to do, the market does. It sounds counterintuitive, but this is the beauty of taking profits on your trades and then literally moving your stop losses to break even when you get that favorable price action. All of the trades that you're seeing here, guys, were shared within the community. And now, regardless of what Bitcoin does, I am in the green and I'm making money. That's all that matters. So let's see. Dumping before the stock market opens can potentially be bullish, assuming we can bounce from the value area high. Someone asked about the anchored VWAP. So the way that it works, if you guys don't know, basically, I took a short right here, and I'm not capping. $66,800 is where I took the short. It was a pretty solid entry, if I say so myself. Shared within the community, you can see here, average entry 66,839, and I posted it in my community immediately. The reason I took this short trade was because we swept this upside liquidity. We had lots of liquidity right here. Yes, we had some more to the upside, but it was good enough for me to enter that position because I know that a lot of people wanted Bitcoin to go above $67,000. Now, the anchored VWAP is this light blue line that you see here, and it typically acts as a pivot in the market. So you take it from a high, a significant high like this top that we established on the previous relief rally at $82,800, and it brings it all the way down to today's price action. And what do you notice? We had a nice pop up right to the level. Great, great shorting opportunity. Now, we have this first 4-hour candle close here. If the 4-hour candle closes like this and it ends up below the value area high, I think that we just drop a little bit further. But as long as we're above the value area high, guys, it's fine. It's fine. And like I said, if we do hold here, this is where I think some alts will show strength. So let's see. I'm pretty damn chill at this point. Give me ether analysis, please. Yeah, I'll talk about it. No worries. Crypto Legend says he's looking for hype to take out 52.6. He'll long the reclaim. Fair, fair. I did not want to wait that long. And, I mean, you guys are witnessing this. My trade is dropping. It's dropping. Do. Let's just see. Let's not get, I hope Bitcoin doesn't shit the bed. More locally, I would rather see a push. But the title of this, the thumbnail is rejection and then higher. We're getting the rejection. Are we going to push higher? That's the question. That's the question. We're already up. I mean, in July, we're currently up around 12%. So let's see. In previous bear markets, like in 2018, we went up 21% in the month of July before dropping further. Purchase Media, gun to your head. Do you think Bitcoin... Yeah, sorry guys, my Nightbot does cut out the messages because if you spam with all capitals, you it blocks it. It blocks it. I don't think I'm going to change anything though. I think I need to keep it strict because of the amount of bots that attacked us in one of those previous live streams. For your swing short, every TP, how many percentage will you take from your TP? It really depends, guys. I mean, I have to see how the price action develops. Hype is trying to hold. We need Bitcoin to hold if this is going to play out. The short looking good. We're up around $11,000 and I've already secured around $5,000 on this short trade that I took within the community. So we took this short trade at $66,800 mainly because of the confluence that we had at this zone. Anchored VWAP, perfectly tapped into. Then we had the liquidity and we had lots of longs jumping in. Now, if we take a look at the CVD, not much out of this right now. This is just dumpy, guys. This is just very dumpy. Sub 60. Grigor, my man, I think that this is starting to get interesting, guys. Part of me is thinking about a long again. I know it sounds crazy, but what level does Bitcoin need to hold at this moment to see upside price action? You want to see us hold above the value area high. Can anyone please share in the chat what I discussed in terms of bear market price action? What happens on relief rallies? In particular, what have I said about the relief rallies in the way that they look, in the way that they play out? Anyone that's been listening, you could just use one word. Just use one word to describe how I've described relief rallies and bear markets. I'm curious to see who was listening. I've probably said the word 10, 20 times. Soccer Master says very choppy. Staircase up, elevator down, very choppy, chop, 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 choppy, 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 choppy. Stair up. These are all valid answers. These are all valid answers, but I actually thought some of you guys were gonna say something different because I've been using a different word that most people wouldn't describe price action with. Choppy, choppy, ugly. There it is, ugly, ugly. So what I mean by ugly price action is basically what you guys have been saying, choppy. We don't have these explosive moves to the upside. It shakes out both sides of the market, right? It's not visually appealing on the chart. It's just grinding and grinding and grinding. And as long as we hold above the value area high here, this looks okay. But that's exactly what it is, guys. And if you don't believe me and you think maybe this is different, this time is different, take a look at the last time we were in a range for Bitcoin when we rallied from $60,000 up to around $80,000 to $83,000. Look at this price action, guys. It's synonym of ugly. It's hideous. It's atrocious. It doesn't feel right on the way up, but it somehow manages to push up higher than what you might expect. So that's kind of what I'm going for here. Rejection, then higher. Right now, Bitcoin is getting a little bit of a bounce, 65.2K. And look, this is what I was saying, guys. I'm telling you right now, if we manage to hold above this level, something like hype can perform well. That's why I've entered the trade. I'm expecting relative outperformance on this one. I might be wrong because if Bitcoin just dumps, then naturally the rest of the market dumps. But let's see. Let's see, guys. You're welcome. I literally open the live stream while I work every day. Nice, man. Absolutely awesome. Absolutely awesome. Hey, dude, what is your TP for your hype trade? Guys, all of my trades, when I enter them, where my invalidations are, when I have my take profits, all of that is shared within the community. It is a community that you can join by literally trading with your own money. Any of these exchanges work down below. Feel free to join if you haven't already. That's where I give all of my targets, my relevant updates in the market, etc. Bitcoin is currently back above 65. The shorts, the longs, I mean, I have to say at this point, everything is looking good, but only time will tell. Only time will tell. MPG Video Pro. MPG Video Pro says, hello, I tune in sporadically. I enjoy your views. Wondering if you think we've reached the market bottom. I still don't think we've reached the market bottom, but I still think that this relief rally can go higher. Now, some of you will say, some of you will give me shit if Bitcoin doesn't go higher, which is fair, but I will remind you, when Bitcoin dumped to below $60,000 this time around, a lot of people, a lot of people were bearish. There are not many people that took a long sub 60. I'm happy to report that I was one of them. And some of you are surprised when I have a little bit more bullish views. It's a bit of a change, isn't it? But I ultimately do think that this relief rally can continue a little bit higher. But in case it doesn't, I take profits on my positions. I've already secured 62K on my Bitcoin long trade, but I am still gunning for a little bit higher. Stock market opens in approximately 35 minutes from now. Matt, I have an account with those platforms already. Can I still join the community? So the way that it works, if you're trading on Bluffin Weeks 2-bit, no, you have to create a new account, and I would recommend you do so. Actually, guys, we have an insane promo right now. If you join through my Telegram community, rather than just signing up here, you get VIP 3 for 7 days. This normally requires hundreds of millions of dollars in trading volume, but you can get it for 7 days if you're just joining now on Bluffin. I don't see many people talking about or having a promotion like this. So if you want to join me on Bluffin and you've been waiting around, you can get VIP 3. This is VIP 2, but you can get VIP 3 for 7 days if you join via Telegram. So the way it works is DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram and you'll get access to that group. This is where I share all of my own personal trades. If you don't want to join on Bluffin, no worries. But in terms of you asking whether or not, if you already have an account, you can join on BTCC and Kraken, the answer is yes. We can sort out referral transfers. But on these other platforms, unfortunately not. But if you want to join Bluffin, there is a great promo currently going on. I really like SpaceX right now. I'm not going to lie. I'm not going to lie. I think we could enter a cheeky little trade. QC Porto says, I need VIP 5. I need VIP 5. If you need VIP 5, that probably means that you're trading with millions of dollars, and I can definitely sort that out for you if you're trading with millions of dollars. But you just have to message me on Telegram because I can't really help you based on the chat here. Corwin, you took a long at 115. Maybe we push lower first? I don't know, man. I don't know. Thank you. I have a Kraken account. If you do have a Kraken account, just message me on Telegram and basically say, hey, I have a Kraken account. Here's my public ID. I'd like to be under your referral. And then that's it. We sort that out usually within 24 hours or so, 24 to 48 hours, and then we add you to the group. It's as easy as that. If you're already trading on there, don't need to overcomplicate it. Matt, have you ever traded oil? Yes, I have. Hi, Matt. Google released incredible results, but dumped. What do you think of that? It's interesting. Normally, these incredible results are priced in. So you'll see a company exceed their earnings, and then for some reason, initially they dump, but then they'll pump after. Yes, Harsh Verma, it is still valid. It is still valid. Let's go through some comments. Vengeance 40. Yes, exactly. I do live in Dubai. If you guys don't know and you're new to the stream, I do live in Dubai, but I do go back and forth from Dubai to Canada. I have a lot of friends and family, and Hype dealt with that mini test pretty well. Yeah, now let's see what we get out of this. Let's see. I'm going to take a look at SpaceX as well. Could be fun. Could be a fun little trade. I just... It's hard to do any kind of analysis on this. Like, what am I meant to do here? An interesting target would be all the way up to the anchored VWAP, but like... Gregor is completely correct. Gregor is completely correct. SpaceX is currently trading like a regular altcoin right now. Yep. Guys, what did we say at the beginning of the stream? If Bitcoin holds, I think that Hype will probably do pretty decent. You guys are asking me about my stop loss and profit targets on Hype, and I can only assume it's because you're trying to copy the trade. But guys, I shared my exact entry in the community when I took it yesterday. It was after my video update. Yesterday on Wednesdays, we do video updates. And so I did a video update and I shared my new trade on Hype within the community. Let's see. Let's see. Sonail Sharma says, I believe Bitcoin is going to break the 67.2K region and swap liquidity from 69.5 to 69 and then fall towards 48K. Well, I mean, that's largely in line with what I think could happen. I think that this relief rally can continue, as we've discussed. If I didn't think it could, if I thought that the top of the, put it this way, guys, and I know that there's a lot of you that are within the community, right? If I thought that the relief rally was over for Bitcoin, maybe we get pullbacks, but if I thought that the relief rally was over, I wouldn't have entered a new altcoin long. Like, let's be real, right? But because I still have faith that the relief rally can continue and it will be choppy and ugly to the upside, I'm still waiting out to add to my big swing shorts. And 69K is the 2021 all-time high. So I would really like to see Bitcoin up here. Eventually. Maybe we get a dump and then we pop back up. I just, for now at least, based on the price action that I'm seeing, I think people are eager for a new low for Bitcoin. And we know that historically in bear markets, what can occur is Bitcoin basically where's my Bitstamp chart? This one. Bitcoin can, in bear markets, have significant relief in summers. So June all the way, this is 2022. Monday, the 15th of August. That's how far we rallied. So I actually think that the relief rally can continue up until end of July and then August 2018. In 2018, it topped out around here. This was the period where it topped out. So that's something that we must consider. So I think it's going to be somewhere between now and middle of August that Bitcoin tops out. Now we know that next week we have FOMC. So I think FOMC could be that pivot in the market. If Bitcoin continues to rally into FOMC, then it's at that point in time that I would think perhaps we start to experience the next and perhaps the final capitulation, the final drop of the bear market if history is to repeat. How do you have the patience to wait for 69K? Purchase Media says, and then Purchase Media says, he has the discipline of Mr. Miyagi. So the thing is, yes, I have patience. Yes, I have patience. But I'm not going to lie to you and sugarcoat it. One of the main reasons why I have so much patience as well, and I'm not overly eager to jump into a big swing short, is because within the community, we've been shorting Bitcoin for the entire bear market. And I still have a massive Bitcoin short open. So you have to understand, and while this might sound annoying, especially if you're new tuning into the channel now, you have to understand that if Bitcoin just, for whatever reason, drops from here, I'm okay with it because I'm going to make money on the way down either way. I think that this is a concept that not a lot of people understand, being in shorts and longs at the same time. But again, I'm happy to explain it once more. I also think that some of my community members also would like that explanation because I asked yesterday if people want to understand the concept of hedging and why I do what I do. And so far, there's a lot of feedback for it, right? Someone asked me, did I close my Bitcoin hedge? Did I close my Bitcoin short? No. My recent short, if that's what you guys are referring to, no. I did not. Let me just bring this over and share it with you. I don't know why I lost this tab. Gosh, the tabs are all over the place today. No. So Legends, as you probably know by now, in the last live stream, I entered a Bitcoin short at 66,830. I mean, it was basically the perfect top locally, even though I think we can push higher. So it was a great trade for me up here. Where did we pump to? We pumped to 16.69 and I got in at 66.8. Pretty damn good if you ask me. Happy with that trade, happy with that execution. Now we wait and see. Stock market opens in just over 20 minutes. So Mudboy, no. The answer to your question is no, I did not close my shorts. I just got into your group feeling great. Lovely. Lovely. So here's the issue with that question. Reiner, the flow artist. Let's say you don't have a big short open. Would you enter a big short here? Based on the price action that I'm seeing, my answer to that question is probably not. Because we're still above the value area high of this range, right? So long as Bitcoin holds here, things are okay. Maybe we even come down to 63.7 and then we bounce back up. It's possible, guys. It's possible. In fact, if you're in my community, and I don't like talking about 18 different trades, 18 different price movements ahead of time, but if I could choose anything right now, it would be something along these lines. Bitcoin holds support here. We pop back up into this big liquidity zone, 67.2 up to around 68 at this point. Then we reject massively. We make it down to the 63K zone. We tap into perhaps even this anchored VWAP down below, maybe even the point of control. And then we bounce up again. And keep in mind, like based on how I'm drawing this, this would put us into early August. And then once we're up here, that's when I start adding to my swing shorts. So that's something like that. I know it's a lot to take in, and I'm not a fortune teller, but that's what I would be looking at. But first, let's see if we even hold here. I've been calling for Bitcoin to go higher. We've made it. We've entered a short basically at the Pico top. We're up around $11,000 on that short, and I've already secured 5K on that one. All of these trades were shared within the community. Now we wait and see. Now it's about being patient. Hype's relative performance here is pretty impressive. If Bitcoin bounces or if Bitcoin holds here, guys, I'm telling you, this might look solid. We talked about it in the group yesterday. I entered that trade yesterday in the group. If you want to join, remember Legends, first link in the description down below. The riser, oh, one sec. Yeah, the riser, I know you've been jumping on the stream lately and you've been a little bit more bearish than most, but the reality is the riser prices just continue to climb. Yes, we do have some exchanges potentially going belly up. Was it BitMEX? Arthur Hayes' exchange? We got some news that came out today that they're closing their operations. We have enough FUD to send us lower, but it can happen after. And actually, a lot of the times when these exchanges break down, it marks a local bottom in the markets. But the riser, I would be very careful trying to trade that, right? The structure right now is still similar to all the relief rallies where we can get some more upside, but I do agree with you that I think Bitcoin will crash eventually. But for now, I've been leaning more into longs. Boy Tommy Crypto says, hi Matt. I copied your last Bitcoin short immediately after you published it in the group. A little lower, moved my stop loss to break even when you posted, but I was kicked out of the trade. You not. Well, if you copied it a little bit lower, I can understand why. What happened in this trade, Legends, I entered at 66.8. 66.8. When Bitcoin came back up here, sorry, this isn't the best chart. No, I don't want to place a new order. When Bitcoin came back up, I shaved 50% profits from the position because I thought that we were basically going to push up a little bit higher. This is still looking pretty corrective to me. Let's see how the 4-hour candle closes, of course. But you probably got stopped out if you entered right here. Look, I mean, $100 more and I would have gotten stopped out as well, but I didn't. So this is why it's important to also do your own analysis. For example, what someone has asked me, okay, if you moved your stop to break even and my entry was lower and I like the trade setup, I agreed with the trade setup, what could I have done? And the answer is putting your stop, and this is, guys, I'm going to be very, very clear here. The best traders in my group are the ones that are not blindly copying me. It's the ones that can do their own analysis, match it with mine, see if they agree, disagree, and take a trade based on that. Now that we got that out of the way, if you would have taken that trade and you see that my entry, for example, on a trade is higher than yours, the idea would be to just put your stop at my average entry if that's what you're looking to do, which basically means you would technically lose a little bit if you entered $100 lower. That's the way to mitigate it, basically. But the way that my group is structured is I can teach you through what I am personally doing in the markets. I cannot tell you to take a trade. I cannot recommend a trade. I can only share what I am doing, because you have to remember, Legends, I am not a financial advisor. I am not a financial advisor. Hi, Matt. What are the benefits of joining Kraken using your links? The benefits for Kraken specifically, because it's a bigger tier 1 exchange. The benefit is to get access to the group. I don't currently have any big promotional offers with Kraken, but we're working on it. Kraken is a new partner on the channel, and the reason why I have Kraken as a partner is because I know that some of you were asking for it. So I've just added it, right? It's a good option, particularly for those that have already been trading on there. You guys know my go-to exchange is Bluffin. I've been trading on here for the longest time. No complaints. I really like their platform. Williams World says being stopped out at break even is not a bad thing. It means your safety net is working. Yeah, that's true. That is also true. The riser. Okay. The riser, I'm starting to get some very negative vibes from you. You're always talking negatively about anything. I agree with you that Bitcoin will likely dump, but you're a bit of a negative Nelly, man. there's nothing wrong with Kraken. Kraken is a tier 1 exchange. um, Crypto Matt, nothing wrong with getting stopped out of break even. Exactly. Although it has not happened, guys. It has not happened. I'm in all my trades. I'm in 6 different trades. I mean, what more could you ask for? Some of you give me flack for not entering. Oh, Corwin, yes. It was Nakin. Yes, that was a funny thing. I had, what was it, guys? Oh, it was funny. It was so funny. Some guy in my community said, bro, are you sure Kraken's okay? Are you sure Kraken's okay? Look, they declared bankrupt. No, they didn't. Look at this, guys. This is a trading platform in the Netherlands called Naken. It's pretty insane. This was 7 days ago. This has nothing to do with Kraken. Absolutely nothing. They're permanent. These guys, I have never heard of them before, but they're permanently closed. And I think it said, look, Dutch crypto platform declared bankrupt, $7 million, 7 million euros missing, right? Do you really think that a platform like Kraken would, guys, Kraken, we're not talking about 7 million. We're talking about multiple billions and billions and billions and billions of dollars. Kraken is huge. That's why I've worked with them and I've added them as an option. But Naken, I've never heard of this before. But anyways, I just thought this was funny because I had a community member send me this. To open multiple trades on the same asset on Bluffin, is it possible? So do I need to make a settings change? Yes, you do need to make a settings change. It's called multi-position legends. So you go up here in settings, multi-position, but you have to have hedge mode enabled. So multi-position, it lets you open multiple longs without toying with the same order. Right now, because I have one-way mode open, it basically means that I have to close my trades before activating hedge mode, which I clearly don't want to do that, right? I don't want to do that. But you can do it if you're not in an active position already. And yeah. Chad Freeman, good morning, Mathieu. Top of the morning to you. Top of the morning to you, my man. Top of the morning to you. Tao is looking a little bit bullish, says. I mean, guys, if you're in my community, you know that I like to enter trades, I like to aggressively take profits, and then I like to sit in these trades until the next target is hit or I get stopped out. So I've already taken $63,000 profit on my Tau short position within the community. I've talked about this before, but I'm going to hold this position. I have no, there's no stress. My average entry is 285. My stop is at break even. Like, it's chill. It's chill. Bitcoin, this is what I was discussing, legends. The stock market is opening in 8 minutes. Bitcoin is trying to hold above the value area high. And if we do hold above the value area high, something like hype can perform decent. Reiner, the flow artist, how old are you? How old am I? I'll let you guys guess. We've done this before on stream. Dark Punk, do you ever hedge your positions or only use stop losses? If you're talking about Bitcoin, a lot of the times in the past, I've hedged my positions based on my spot portfolio. So I would hold a significant amount of spot and then enter a Bitcoin short. I hedge my positions with the reverse trades. Like we've discussed, I'm still shorting Bitcoin from higher. This trade is currently up around $600,000 total. You've probably heard me talk about this trade time and time again. But when Bitcoin hit $58,000, I also went long. And this one is currently up around $100,000. So yes, I do hedge. I do hedge. And I share my thought process and why I do what I do within the community. If you guys want to join, remember it's the first link in the description down below. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join my private group. And smash the like button if you haven't already. I think today's going to be an interesting day. You know, legends, you know how we talk about confluence on the charts? Well, we know that there are pullbacks along the way. And if we take a look at the liquidity, let's see if I can yeah, we do have a cluster here, sub 65. We do have some interesting, you know my thoughts. I think that the relief rally can continue. The stock market opens in 5 minutes. I think that the relief rally can actually continue. And if you take a fib from this pivot low to the high where we entered short, this becomes the golden pocket and it's the value area high. So a wick below and an acceptance into here, might be interesting, guys. It might be interesting. Some of you were asking me if I use fibs. Well, there you go. Reiner Flow Artist, are you younger than the hype price right now? The hype price is 59.5. Yes, I can share with you that I am younger than 60 years old. I'm in Dubai. I'm still using Binance for my hedge short and long with margin. What do you think? Would it be better optimization? I'm not sure what you mean about that question, man. Optimization. What are you trying to optimize? I am not sure what you're trying to optimize. But I typically don't trade on Binance. Not my favorite exchange. Looking for a SpaceX long, are we? Guys, can we pump? Yeah, but I have to keep it real. You have to also understand the difference between a proper trade setup and potentially gambling. Don't get me wrong, guys. I have my fair share of fun with gambling, but this is a gamble. This is a gamble. A gamble that maybe I'd be willing to take. Trading is not gambling. This, I don't know. Jordan Michael, what question did you ask, my man? Sorry, Jordan Michael, I didn't see your question. Let me scroll up. I don't see it, guys. Ah, there it is. Jordan, let me get back to you here. Hi, Matt. How much did you fund your first account with? And if that was a substantial amount to you, would you be comfortable with bluffing? With respect, a community user for some time now. With respect, yes. If I didn't trust bluffing, I wouldn't have my capital on here. And when I first started trading, is your question? Yes, it was substantial to me. I think I funded my first trading account probably with a few $1,000s, like we discussed previously. Okay, the stock market is open. The stock market is open, legends. But I funded my first trading account with a few $1,000s, and I also kept on adding to my account because I had a full-time job where I was earning a very good salary and I had a business. I'm not gonna create this motivational Yahoo story that everyone seems to have online, where they started with $4 and they turned $4 into millions. That's nonsense. Can you do it? Yes. And I do firmly believe that the power of belief is one of the strongest things in this world. And I've always believed in myself, but I did not start with $4 and I didn't run it up to millions. I was constantly funding my account. And yes, I do trust bluffing. So I hope that answers your question, my man. Stock market is open. So few racks is reasonable right now in bluffing. Jordan Michael, it's totally up to you how much you trade with. Right now on my bluffing account, I have over $1 million. So like that should tell you that I trust them. Yeah, it's totally up to you. Whatever you're comfortable with. I know some people do prefer something like a Kraken, which I do have. I have a lot of traders on Kraken that are trading with multiple 6 figures, even multiple 7 figures. But I also have a lot of people on bluffing. I would say the majority of my community members are on bluffing. Late 30s. Someone says I'm 30, 36, 38. Yes, sir. Much love. All right. What's your IG, Matt? Guys, I have a personal Instagram and I don't really share it. It's a private account. Hype looks like a buy right now to me. Do you agree? All I know, Legends, is that yesterday in the community, I went long on hype. I longed hype, guys, in the community. This was looking structurally strong, and so I longed hype. I shared it in my group, as always, and now the price action is looking pretty good. Guys, if you want access to all of the trades that I'm taking in the market, when I decide to go long on an altcoin, or when I decide to short, when I'm going to add to my big Bitcoin shorts, remember you do have the first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you'll be able to join my private group where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. Latino, what do you think about Zebek network? Guys, I have never heard of this in my life. I don't know what that is. Matt, is Bitcoin going to rebound back to the 67 to 68K area? I don't know. I can't give you a straight answer to that, but this is starting to look constructive because we're hitting into a confluence zone. Maybe I would like to actually see another wick down if we can get it. But if you take a fib from this low, let me just adjust the chart. From this low to the high, where we entered short right here. Wait, what happened? We have a lot of liquidity here, and it's the golden pocket. And we did actually, Legends, we did tap into the golden pocket just now. We did. At the beginning of the live stream, we said if Bitcoin can hold above its value area high, we would likely see something like a hype hold up pretty well. So right now, that's what we're seeing. It's looking decent. Yet a couple days ago on the live stream, 2 live streams ago, we took a Bitcoin short trade at $66,800. And that one is currently sitting around 10K in profit, although I've already shaved a good amount of profits. I've already taken $5,000 from this trade on BTCC. So we're just playing the market as it comes, right? We're just playing the market. How many kids do you plan to have in the future? That's a good question that I haven't talked about. I want to have a lot of kids. If you can support them, then I think that we're not going to get into that. We don't need to talk about it. Basically, I want to have a lot. SpaceX swept. Is that so? Yeah. Opinions on CVD bubbles. Opinion on CVD bubbles. I'm not sure what you mean by bubbles. Are you talking about this? This is the tool that we've created for you guys within MindPillar. There's actually... Yeah, I mean, I think this is a very useful tool. Daniel says, what happened to relief rally Bitcoin? Why is it dumping? Guys, that's the most ridiculous thing I've read. It actually frustrates me. I have been so bullish since $58,000. And to answer your question, Nava Malakar, yes, my Bitcoin long is still in place, guys. It's still in place. I've already taken $62,000 in profits. My Bitcoin long is still in place. Guys, like, come on. I think we're... How can you say that when price has literally pumped almost 10K, 9K since my average entry on my Bitcoin long that was shared within the community? It's not really a fair thing to say, if you ask me. Sorry, was just scared. Well, if you're actually scared, if that's the terminology you want to use and you're scared, my man, then perhaps you're risking too much capital. Because I have been vocal, I am fully prepared if Bitcoin dumps from here. I am in massive shorts from higher. If you're tuning into the channel now, it's important to understand that I still hold my big shorts as well. So, and some people will say, man, that is not fair. You cannot be short and long. No, commit to a direction. The market is ever changing. I have committed to the direction of up since Bitcoin dropped to below $60,000. If you go to my YouTube videos, we've been talking about it every video. I was talking about my long. But the smartest way to move in this market is to position yourself in a way where you can make money regardless of what happens. My higher time frame analysis is still something along these lines. I think maybe we can get a pullback. I would like to see us push above 67, get a pullback, then push up once more. Convincing everyone on a potential pullback that was the top. Then we pump higher, then we reject. This is what I'm eyeing. If I could have my way, the market would do this. Don't take this to the bank, but we've been tracking it pretty closely thus far, right? Latino Hust, yeah, 100%. And that's what worries me, right? Latino says, I can tell a lot of people here are over leveraging when trading. Absolutely. It's a scary thought. It really is. Aurelius, great content, bro. Thank you very much. Aurelius, my man, every time you leave a nice comment and then you ask about Oracle. You must be, are you an Oracle bull, Aurelius? No worries, we'll take a look. So I think it was the last live stream that I talked about, I want to see a sweep of here. And we didn't get it yet. So yeah, I just don't touch this. We're below the value area low, right? So it's something that we must consider. Matt, do you think you're materialistic? No, I don't. There's a difference between being materialistic and liking nice things. But no, I spend most of my money on experiences. And don't get me wrong, it's okay to like nice things, but I would say I spend most of my time outside of trading crypto and spending time with you guys, spending time with friends and family, playing sports and things like that. Now, don't get me wrong. If I want a $500 pair of football boots, or if I want a $500 tennis racket, I get it I don't even think about it. These kinds of things, I don't think you guys would classify that as materialistic. But the point is, if I want the highest quality of something, yeah, I get it. But I don't blow money on cars, on things like that. Like it's pointless. It's pointless. Now, I will say it's okay to have it if you can afford it. But if it becomes everything about you, if money becomes your only personality and you have to constantly overspend and buy things just to justify your worth to other people, that's when it becomes an issue. SpaceX is bouncing, guys. Take a look at this. You're my best friend, by the way. I hope not, guys. I hope I'm not your best friend. I hope you guys have some friends in real life. People, if you are afraid of losing money, then quit trading, says Luke TV. I agree. Trading is not something that you can approach with this scarcity mindset. You have to manage your risk. You have to be strategic. But if you're always scared to lose money, maybe trading isn't for you. Did you take a hype long? Guys, as we've discussed, I took a hype long in my community yesterday. We're currently up over $10,000 on this trade. We're not out of the woods yet. It really is based on Bitcoin's price action, but structurally speaking, it looks pretty decent, right? So I took this trade yesterday. I posted it in my community. I said, guys, I'm taking a long on hype, and here we are. If you want to see how I've been trading this market, remember you have the first link in the description down below. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram and you'll be able to join my private group. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. I like having this group because I can share what I'm doing when I'm not on camera. I could leave you a video update in there, which I sometimes do. I can give you some voice messages, my thoughts on the market, how I think things can play out. It's just great. It's like it's just a community where I share what I'm doing, and you're not paying me to access this. You're trading with your own capital on any of these exchanges down below. We have tons of options if you'd like to join. If you don't, no worries. I hope you still get value out of the live stream. Matt, is the Clarity Act going to be positive news for crypto? I do think it will be positive news, but I think that I don't think that it's going to, how do I say this? In the long term, I think it is very, very positive news. However, in the more immediate short term, I don't think that it's game changing for that short term price action. There's a lot of people, like there's two sides of the fence, which I've been seeing online. A lot of people think that if the Clarity Act passes, which I'll remind you guys, the probabilities are pretty low currently, because 7 pro-crypto Senate Democrats say the Republican drafted Clarity Act still falls short on ethics, consumer protection, and illicit finance provisions. They say they remain committed to working with the Republicans to get the bill over the finish line, so we have to understand this. But I think that long-term it's good. I think that in the immediate short term, whether it passes or not, it's just going to be another narrative to justify why Bitcoin does what it does. For example, let's say that Bitcoin does dump and we create a bear market bottom. And let's say we start pumping out of here. And for whatever reason, the Clarity Act has passed. Everyone will say the pump is because of the Clarity Act, when in reality, the price action always comes first. And in reality, Bitcoin is doing exactly what it does in bear markets. It established a bear market low, and then it takes off. So if the Clarity Act, for example, doesn't pass, and we make it to 70K, and Bitcoin dumps, everyone's going to say, oh, we're dumping because the Clarity Act didn't pass. But at the end of the day, it does not have that much impact on the immediate price action. I don't think that it's going to be like, oh my God, trillions and trillions will start flooding into the market because of this. Over an extended period of time, yes, I actually do think that clarity is a great thing. But it takes time for these things to play out, and people try to attribute these narratives as to why price does what it normally does. But the reality is price would have done it anyways, and there's always some kind of narrative that people like to associate to the price action when the price action always comes first. So those are my thoughts. And I agree with Semi. These things are largely priced in. Thomas Davidson, did you ask me a question, my man? One moment. I must have missed it. But long term, I think that clarity is great for crypto, guys. This guy says, Jero Tillmans says Bitcoin is going to 62K. I mean, if that happens, the short will make money. JC says, yes, the group is amazing. I'm glad you like it, man. Drew Baldwin, from your years of trading, where have you found more success, shorting or longing? Well, I have to say, because of the fact that I've mainly been trading crypto, and crypto does tend to go more up than it does down, and that might sound controversial because the whole year we've been shorting, over a 3-year period, over the 4-year cycle theory, Bitcoin tends to go up. And so I have to say I've had more success longing because naturally I would take more long positions. However, in terms of, I have to be honest, in terms of satisfaction, I get very, very, the satisfaction that I get out of shorting Bitcoin when everyone is just permabulls is it's unmatched. And I actually because I get comments all the time saying, finally he's longing, because you guys know I have my long from $58,000. Finally he's longing, finally he's bullish. And then when I talk about how I still have my big short open from higher, people get angry. And they're like, if you weren't so negative, you would get more subscribers, which I find comical, because shorting Bitcoin is not negative, longing Bitcoin is not positive, right? It just is what it is. Just because I think that price will go down, it does not mean I'm negative. Just because I think that price will go up, it does not mean I'm positive. So the satisfaction probably from shorting in bear markets, it's pretty unmatched. But in terms of the most amount of overall profitability over a long term, the market spends the majority of the time going up. And so probably longing, to answer your question. Someone says, Jose John says, catching the tip top for a short does feel better than longing for some reason. I think it's because everyone is so used to longing. That was one of the realizations when I started my group. A lot of people joined the group and were surprised at how much I was shorting Bitcoin. And they said, man, you've opened my eyes. I'm telling you guys, once the bear market low is established, I'm like 90% of my trades will be longs. On pullbacks, I will look for longs. But this year it has been a majority shorting markets. And I know now we're getting people excited about shorting, but I get concerned that this becomes a mentality now that the only thing to do is to short, when that's not the case. It has been the case this year. It has made sense on every single relief rally for Bitcoin to look for shorts. But soon, that will change. The Master ROFL. The only thing that is positive is making money, and the only thing that is negative is losing money. Exactly. Matsur, what do you think about Kaito? Good project. That's the one where you can earn like social points on X, right? I mean, I thought it was a good concept, but I fail to see why they need a coin. Sorry, Thomas Davidson. I know you tune into the live stream often, so If you could type again, my man. There it is. Matsir, are you planning on holding a 3-year long once the cycle bottom is in, just like you did your massive short? And if so, will the funding fees over that longer time period impact it? Look, it's too early for me to say that I'm willing to hold the 3-year long. But if I can get like, let's say, for argument's sake, that Bitcoin dumps, and let's say that Bitcoin dumps, and let's say we're here, and I miraculously get within $5,000 of the bottom, I get a long entry, and the market just starts ripping for multiple years. Probably. Because when you're trading with a lot of capital, yes, you pay funding fees. Of course you do. But guys, I mean, this funding fees compared to the profits, like you can see here, on my Bitcoin short, I have paid, and I am pretty much VIP on all of these platforms because I have a good amount of capital to trade with. But look, I paid $4,000 in funding fees for holding this trade open for a long time. But when you've made 450K, it's pretty insignificant, right? So I don't think that the funding fee will impact it that much. The only issue that you could potentially run into is, one, if you're not trading with a good amount of capital, or two, if the bear market does something like this and we just chop for months. That could be annoying because you're seeing your profits or your position and your stop loss or your liquidation price climbing because you're paying fees the whole way. So it's hard to catch. We can maybe consolidate for months, right? I don't think that the bear market will have one wick to the downside and then it's just like that. If we do have a big wick, it's likely we fill some of the wick and then the structure starts changing. So to answer your question, I'll try. But I think the main thing that everyone needs to understand is that the strategy will pivot to basically only looking for longs in the market. That's it. This is a nice 15-minute candle for Bitcoin, by the way. Legends, smash that like button if you haven't already, and you know where to find me in the community where I share all of my own personal trades in this market. We've now tapped more aggressively into the golden pocket here. But legends, if you want to know when I'm trying to long this bear market bottom or when I add to my shorts first, you should join the community because that's where everything will be detailed. That's where everything will be shared. High Octane Online Entrepreneurs says, we don't go lower than 58K. Just my opinion, it's the bottom of the overall bullish monthly parallel channel. It's possible, but my base case is that we will. Suck enough people in, continue the relief rally, everyone gets excited, shorts start jumping into the market, which we've been seeing recently. Because yesterday, when I covered this in the video update, there were way more longs. There's still more longs. I'm not blind to it. But today, more shorts have jumped in. And if we continue, more shorts will jump in. And then, as the shorts jump in, we liquidate the shorts, then we wipe out all of these longs. Did SpaceX dump again? I didn't enter anything. It looked interesting, but oh. Oof. That's the thing, guys. This is purely gambling. No one knows how low this thing can go. And anyone that tells you they know for sure, Now Bitcoin is dumping, hype is dumping, everything is dumping. It's over, it's over. No, I think this could be interesting here. Do we have aggressive shorts jumping in again? That's what you want to see. On the 15 minutes, I'm going to remove the liquidity bars for now. Could be bullish CVD divergence. Shorts are jumping in. Let's see. Grigor, exactly. The difference is what you own, a futures contract or a real asset. Correct. Declan, how do I get access to your website? So you can get access to the website I just showed you here, MindPillar, but the way to permanently get access to all of the charts and tools that I'm using here, I would recommend that you sign up with the links in my description down below. So if you're trading on any of these links, you will always get access to MindPillar for free, so long as you're actually trading. This is, we're building out this tool for traders. By traders, for traders. Interesting 1 hour candle here, guys. Looking like a little bit of a retrace. That's a big dump on the 4 hour. We're right into that golden pocket. We have some liquidity that can be tapped into here on the 1 day. We're getting right at it. Give me like a few more $100 down, and maybe I'll consider entering a trade on this one. It's a little bit chilly today. Not trying to spam. Does anyone know in chat know if Metzger caught his long on hype? Big huggies. Guys, yes. I am in Legends. Before you ask questions on the stream, I think it's important to observe what's being shown on the screen. I am in a long on hype. This has been fluctuating a lot on the stream. I took this trade within the community yesterday. I entered long. Literally 20 minutes ago, it was up 15K, and now it's only up 6K. And maybe this goes into negative, but I'm willing to risk what I'm risking on this trade. It's all about being comfortable with the risk that you're taking on your trades. Obviously, as we discussed, if Bitcoin just starts nuking here, then other cryptocurrencies will struggle. But if you look at the ratio, this is something that I recommend everyone does. This is hype. Is this actually accurate? Probably not. My gosh. Is there no hype BTC pair? There should be. Let me use this one. This is interesting to me because it's been continuously grinding up. Look at that wick, man. This chart is messed up. But you get the points. It's been in an uptrend for like since launch. Hype is something that I'm willing to bet on for the next market cycle. But right now this is a temporary long trade. Yesterday, for example, Bitcoin was higher and hype was lower. Today, Bitcoin is lower and hype is higher, hence the profits on this trade. So I took that in the community, guys. Big huggies. I'm on vacation, so it's been touch and go. I've been waiting for that hype long since June. Yeah, guys, I mentioned in my community that I'd be looking for a hype long, and only yesterday did I execute on it. I think I mentioned that I would be looking for a hype long maybe a month ago, and I didn't have. I was waiting and waiting and waiting for the price to just drop. I don't think that this is like the ultimate bottom for hype. Absolutely not. I think that hype will go lower. But in the more immediate short term, I am betting on upside before lower. So that's my thought process. And if Bitcoin continues to hold here, I think it will perform well. So I am currently in 6 trades, my friends. I am in a hype long, which was shared in the community yesterday. I am in a Tau short. I am in a Bitcoin short, a big Bitcoin short. This one I'm going to hold until I'm ready to add to my position. I am also in another Bitcoin short where I literally entered at $66,800. We basically nailed the Pico top in the community. I took profits on this trade a little bit prematurely, but profits are profits, right? And I'm going to maintain this position, which is currently up around $11,000. I've made around 5K on this trade as well. I'm longing Bitcoin from 58K. And I'm also in another Bitcoin short from $81,500, which was otherwise known as that scam Clarity Act pump. Everyone was excited. And so we shorted Bitcoin in the community at that time as well. And we relax. We relax. No sense in stressing. 5 out of 6 of my trades have their stop losses at break even. If that's how you like to operate in the market, I would recommend you join the community, guys. It's where I share all of my trades. Grigor, yeah, agreed. Moro of ETH. Moro, what's up, Matt? What's up? Wait, Vengeance, are you Trula? I think it was, are you Trula? The price action yesterday was painful to watch. And man, oh man, did we pick a great day for a video updates. Sometimes you get lucky with that because my live streams are typically Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and then sometimes Friday. Friday can be a video update or a live stream. Wednesday was the video update yesterday. I'd recommend you watch it if you're into that shorter form content. It basically encapsulates everything that I think can happen in the market in a 7-minute video. Matt, I'm that Trula person. I thought I should come with real identity. Awesome. Hey, Matt, first of all, thank you for that precise analysis on your stream. I want to ask, is it possible that Bitcoin continues dumping from the current position? Legends, if you ask me a question like this with the question of is it possible, the answer is always going to be yes, because anything is possible. We have to, if you're a trader in this market, you have to get comfortable with the uncertainty of the market. I know a lot of people don't like that. They just want certainties, but that's not how trading works. And the moment that you can understand that anything is possible, that is the moment where you actually become a better trader, because you're open to all of the possibilities. That is mainly why I still hold some big Bitcoin shorts. Because if Bitcoin just dumps from here, I'll be very happy with my shorts. So it is possible. Do I think it will happen? I am cautiously optimistic that we hold around this level. I'm in 6 trades, so we're getting another little bounce here, and we tapped into some of that lower liquidity now. Someone was asking about the Clarity Act, and Legends, you have to be very careful about who you follow online, because look at this. Bitcoin Archive. Just in, the Senate could pass the Clarity Act by tomorrow. Senator Tom Tillis. If we bridge the gap on ethics tonight or tomorrow, then I think we've got a shot. Tillis, Republican, added that Clarity Act draft might not be the final product. Credited Emily Wilkins. Emily Wilkins answers, to be clear, this bill is not passing the Senate tomorrow. It's not even getting started in the days-long process of passing tomorrow. Tillis is merely saying that they could have more new bill text tomorrow. These accounts just post shit like this to get engagement. Look at the views and the engagement on this. Can you imagine how many people believe this when they see it? It's just nonsense. And this is a pretty reputable account. They have 2 million followers. Like, it's just, it's all for clicks. It's all for clicks, man. That's not even accurate. Emily Wilkins even answered. It's frustrating when I personally get very annoyed when I see this kind of stuff. Actually, the US weekly jobless claims falling to 187 is the lowest since 1969. Is that true? Wow. Nice bounce. Nice bounce. Nice bounce. Like I said, if we can hold here, things are looking very good. Very, very good. Golden pockets. I like this. I like this. We still have over just under 2 hours from the 4-hour candle. Imagine if this flips massively. Let's see. And then you could see how hype performs. This is the thing I wanted to bring to your attention, Legends. If Bitcoin holds, there will be a couple of alts that actually perform well. If we hold here. Naturally, if Bitcoin dumps, then it's over. But let's see. Let's see how this plays out. Anyone planning for a long? Yeah, I know. I think we do. I think Grigor already maybe entered along here. We tapped into the value area high. We currently tapped into the golden pocket. This was a good potential entry with stop loss to break even now for a scalp. But as you know, I'm in 6 current trades. I've taken 2 new trades this week, a Bitcoin short from the top and a hype long. Mikey Kun COD, what time frame do you look at the most? For me personally, as a swing trader, I look mostly at the 4-hour time frame. I zoom out weekly, daily, and then for my entries, I like the 4-hour. Most of the crypto Twitter is BS. Completely agree, Aurelius. Grigor is in a long. Can I use your referral link? Can I use your referral link and join the Telegram group if I already have an account on Kraken? So the way it works is you don't need to use my referral link. We can transfer that account that you already have, your account, under my referral. So what this means is you don't have to create a new account. You don't have to click my link. The only thing that you need to do is go here in the description to join the community. And once you click this link, t.me, crypto by Matsir, you click send message and you say, hi, I have an account on Kraken. Here is my public UID. That's something that you can find in your settings and we can transfer you under my referral. And it's as easy as that. That normally takes, once you let me know, my team gets on top of it, and normally it takes 24 to 48 hours, and then you're in the community once confirmed. And if Kraken is your go-to platform and you've been trading on there for years, I would recommend you do that because it's a lot less work. So you have to find your public UID in your settings. Guys, who longed Bitcoin here? 59K incoming, says Crypto Millionaire. I mean, I don't think so yet. I'd be pretty surprised if that happens immediately, but yeah, I think that we will see Bitcoin below 60K after this relief rally. Macau was first to vote. Legend. I'm telling you guys, if Bitcoin consolidates here, this is going to look really good. When is FOMC? FOMC is next Wednesday. Let's go Bitcoin. Let's hold here. Let's hold here. I'm hoping we hold here. I want one last push up. Let's see. Let's see. Have faith. Have faith. If I take another Bitcoin long, the majority of my position, I will probably be like, no, I would still be net short in this market. But I am very happy with how I've been playing this because now I'm only recently have been getting some more long exposure. I got Bitcoin at the bottom in the community at $58,000. So this trade is basically up $100,000 at this point, this long trade. So very happy with how I played that. And then I recently took a trade on hype. Yesterday we entered long, and now Bitcoin looks like it wants to try to hold at this zone. We've had a couple of retests. I think a lot of people are eager for Bitcoin to go lower. I think we will go lower eventually, but maybe not quite yet. Maybe we got that one push higher. It is a lovely, I have to say, guys, it is a lovely position to be in. Crypto Millionaire says, if we dump to 58K, I can teach you my ways. My man, I am a student of life, so I'm happy to learn things, but I've been very vocal about the fact that if Bitcoin dumps, I genuinely couldn't give a crap because I'm in a massive short still. And I think this confuses people. I might have to do an update in my community today about this because it's, I thought I've explained it multiple times why I do what I do, but I still think that people don't quite understand. And there's nothing wrong with that. Maybe it's because I'm not explaining it well enough. That's usually how I take it if someone doesn't understand and I've repeated myself on something. So maybe I just need to explain it better. But if Bitcoin dumps, guys, there's going to be no tears shed here because I'll be making a lot of money on the way down. What's up, my man, X-Explorer? TP on hype. Guys, all of the details for my trades and how I operate in this market are shared within the community. Confidence is good, but blind confidence, man, what can I say? I think that confidence is very important in life, but one of my favorite quotes, guys, one of my favorite quotes is true confidence comes from competence. If you've proven to yourself that you're competent, that's where confidence really stems from, because you've done the reps and you have confidence in your abilities. Just got in here. What are your positions? So currently I have a hype long open. This was shared within my community yesterday. I have my Tau short. I have a Bitcoin short. I have another Bitcoin short. I have another Bitcoin long. I don't want to confuse you guys. So I've been holding these trades for a little bit. The main trades that I have entered recently are: one, a hype long that I took yesterday in my community. Two, last live stream, so on Tuesday, at the local highs at $68,300, I shorted Bitcoin within the community, and I talked about it on the live stream. I've already taken $5,000 profits from this trade, and it's currently up around $10,000. Those are my two most recent positions in the markets. So this week I've taken 2 trades. I am not someone that enters a trade all the time. Actually, before this week, I think I maybe went over 2 weeks without entering or adjusting any positions. That's life as a swing trader. Crypto King, wait, is CBM Trades your community for position updates? I literally only see that you share YouTube videos there. No, guys, don't get it twisted. So, if you want to know, for example, when I say, hey guys, I'm going live, or there's any like funny memes or stuff like that, any updates like that aren't relevant to my trades, that is this one down below. CBM Trades, Telegram community, no signals, nothing. This one, the first link in my description down below, is a different community, my main community, where I don't share jokes. I mean, sometimes I do, but it's only my positions in this market and how I'm operating from a swing trading perspective. This is the one where you do have to sign up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below to get access to it. This is where I share my updates. This is when I take new trades and I share it with my group. First link in the description down below if you want to join. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join that group if it's interesting to you. You don't pay me to join, you trade with your own money. What's good, bro? What is our bias for tonight? Cristiano Ronaldo, you're doing well, bro. Big props. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. What's our bias? So right now, we talked about in the live stream that a pullback was possible, and actually the title of my thumbnail literally says rejection then higher. This is a pretty interesting zone because if you zoom out a little bit, Bitcoin has tapped into the value area high of this range and the golden pocket. If you take a fib from the local low at 63.7 up to the local high at 66.9. So this is a good bouncing zone. If we can maintain above here, maybe we squeeze on up. And if that's the case, that's one of the reasons why I entered a long on hype. Jan Brothers says, bro, apologies, but if you always talk about your trades like every 5 minutes, I talk about my trades because people are asking about them. And don't tell us what is your next plan. There is no benefit of watching your live streams. No info at all, just your Telegram and trades. Jan Brothers, my man, if that's how you feel, you don't have to watch the live stream. If you feel like you're not getting value out of this, feel free to watch someone else, man. I've talked about the scenarios multiple times, what I'm looking at. I like how Bitcoin is currently holding above the golden pockets and the value area high. And if we can hold here, there's a chance that we get that push to the upside. And literally on the last stream, not only in my community, but on the stream, I entered my Bitcoin short. So if that's not enough value for you, my man, no stress. Feel free to watch someone else. Also, I've been at it for 2.5 hours. So if you feel like you're not getting value, no need to stay. It's totally fine. Could you identify to find out where the value area high and value area low is? Yeah, absolutely. So Nick Tooney, that's a good question. We've talked about this at length on the stream, and I think that it's one of the most underrated things. If you go on your trading view and you look at the fixed range volume profile, and you take it at the start of a period and or range, and you drag it, price tends to react at these levels. So the value area high, when you create a range like this, is this top yellow line. The point of control, which is otherwise known as the level where you have the most amount of volume, is this turquoise line, or light blue. And down below is the value area low. So that's how you identify these levels. No, bro, I love you. I will watch you all my life. Bro, you don't need to if you don't get value out of it. Like, genuinely, you guys have heard me say this before. If you feel like I am noise to you in your trading journey, simply don't watch. I genuinely want what's best for you guys. If you don't think that I'm providing value and it's noise, it's totally fine, guys. You need to, I think protecting your mental clarity is one of the most important things that you can do as a trader. And so, you know, if I didn't get, like, if I was one of you guys and I watched me and I didn't get value out of what I was providing, I wouldn't be watching me, to put it simply. So it's important to protect your mental clarity. Absolutely is. All right. Oh my God, these people are hilarious. They just sound like exit liquidity, says Crypto King. On Bluffin, I see you have multiple positions in the same direction. I'm in hedge mode, so I have a short and a long, but not able to have 2 longs and 2 shorts. Thanks. Yeah, you should be able to. If you're in multi-position, you can have 2 longs and 2 shorts. That's the point of multi-position, right? I unfortunately entered my trades without, and this is annoying, without enabling hedge mode first. Meaning, guys, that I cannot enter a new long. Like I can't enter a long on Bitcoin on Bluffin unless I use a sub account. But once those positions are closed, I will enable hedge mode, obviously. Let's see if we get a bounce. We're currently at the crucial zone here. You want to see a reclaim. Thank you guys. I do appreciate all the positive comments. We're 2.5 hours in and we're sitting at 194 likes. Legends, can we bump this up to 250 likes? I think we can. Let's do it. Let's do it. Max value. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Bosco, my man. Bosco is here. I'm excited to see you, man. It's been a while since you joined the stream. I recognize your name. And the answer to your question is, thankfully, yes. If you'd like to join the community and you're trading with a lot of capital and you prefer an exchange like Kraken, we now have the option for Kraken. If you're already trading on Kraken, you don't need to make a new account. If you DM me on Telegram, I can get you transferred under my referral, and then you can get access to the group if you'd like to join. So also, if you're already in the group and you want to use Kraken, that's fine as well. Yeah, so we do have a partnership with Kraken now. Nice to see you, man. You're my trading mentor. Love it, man. Love it. But yeah, Bosco, you can indeed join me on Kraken. Semi says reclaim on the 4 hour is more reliable. Absolutely it is. Absolutely. So we still have an hour and a half until that 4 hour candle on Bitcoin. This is going to be an important one in my opinion. You know, right now we're just hovering around the level. Like no one can really tell whether or not we're going to drop further. But if we drop further and then reclaim, it's showing signs of price slowing down, and therefore I would consider a position. But I already have so many positions now that I'm like, I'm not that eager to enter a gazillion different trades. Let's look at some. The God of Nam, been watching for a few streams now, been in crypto for 5 years. I haven't seen anyone with your level of professionalism and skill. Thank you, man. I do appreciate the comment. I can assure you that there are people probably that are better traders than I am. I will, you know, I'm not going to go out and say I'm the best trader in the world. None of this nonsense. But within the community, what I can say is that we've been really taking advantage of this bear market. And I think it irked a lot of people off because the entirety of the bear market, we've just been shorting the relief rallies. And now I think the tides are getting, the tides can turn. The tides can turn. This is good to see for Bitcoin, guys. This is good to see. Poll check. Maybe the most humble then. Maybe. It's funny though, because in different areas of life, like when it comes to, this is completely irrelevant to you guys, I know, but when it comes to football, I feel like I am not very humble. When it comes to football, like when it comes to pinging a football and playing, like when I play my little leagues and stuff, I am maybe overly confident. But that's just because I've been playing my whole life. But trading, yeah. The reason it's easy to be humble when it comes to trading is because the market always tears you a new one when you least expect it. I will 100% have a loss at some point here. Thankfully, over the past couple months, it's been mainly wins. That I can say. And you can read the receipts in my community. But it's going to happen, guys. It's going to happen. I'm going to come on stream one day and say, hey, guys, I lost 30 grand on this trade. Like, it's absolutely going to happen. It always does at some points. That's part of trading. The thing is, you just want to make sure that your losses are significantly less than your wins. Reiner, the flow artist, says so many ass kissers. I mean, we do get a lot of hate on the channel as well, so it's nice to get some compliments when you're live streaming. But anyways, guys, right now Bitcoin is very, very interesting to me because we're holding above the value area high. Grigor mentioned this, that it could be a potential opportunity. And the thing is, you always want to look for confluence. So taking that fib from the local lows at 60. Oh, wait, no, I took it from the other lows. I don't need to take it from that low. My apologies. Let me just remove this. So you take a fib from this local low, 63.7, up to the high where we shorted, and we're right into that golden pocket. We've tapped into the liquidity. Now, what you want to see if you're longing is not bearish CVD divergence, which is unfortunately potentially coiling up. Let's see. I'm going to remove the Coinbase one. You want to see us break above these highs. So another $100 pump and this bearish CVD divergence would be invalidated. But on the 4 hour, guys, there is potential bullish CVD divergence. Which could actually send Bitcoin to above $67,000. And I prefer higher time frame stuff because I'm a swing trader, right? Vegan the Carrot says the daily chart is bearish. But the weekly chart isn't. The weekly chart isn't. Multiple closes above the 200-week moving average, getting compressed between here and the 200-day. Right? Weekly if you start from here. Obviously, the more you zoom out, yeah, this is bearish. I still think that what we can see is even if we get a pullback here, we end up topping out and Bitcoin drops lower. But I don't think that the top is in, based on what I'm seeing here. I'm still not of the opinion that the top for Bitcoin is in. Now, I could be wrong, but you guys know, when I think something, I don't just come on the channel and I say, hey guys, I think this. No, my trades reflect what I think. This is why I get very fed up with those analysts on Twitter that will post a bunch of different scenarios, not take any trades, and then they'll say, see guys, I told you I was right. No, if I think something's going to happen, I put my money behind what I say, right? Yeah, where's the 5-minute TA? um, Bill says, I'm not in the private group because I live in New York and none of these exchanges work. I would beg to differ, Bill, actually, on that first point, because are you sure that Kraken doesn't work for you? We've just added this as a new partner, and I'm pretty sure that they are authorized in the US. Could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case. So maybe you want to check that out if you'd like to join. If not, no stress. I don't use your stuff the same way the others do, but your info is valuable to know when to pull back and re-enter. My man, thank you. Don't listen to the negative BS that the other guy's spewing. Thank you for taking the time to spread your true knowledge so some of us don't have to pay as high of a tuition to learn. Yes. That is the main thing, right? I paid a very, very high tuition. But that's the price to pay. So hopefully I'm helping you guys. Vengeance. Matt, can we see Bitcoin directly going to 70K or 67K, then 60K, then 70K? Actually, this was the scenario that we talked about, which I think would really, really irk a lot of people out. And that would be if Bitcoin does, remember, continue its Dream Mining says, don't listen to the positive BS either. Yeah, I mean, that's valid. That's valid. Because if you have too much positivity, then maybe it gets to you. But what I wanted to say is, if we form a higher low somewhere here and Bitcoin pushes up, there's entirely a world where we go and we sweep these levels, 67.5, 67.2, and then we get a sharper pullback towards 63, and then we pump again. We have enough time for it to happen because the relief rally can continue into August. It can. It has done so before in bear markets where we have these summer relief rallies. We've been longing Bitcoin since around 58K, and now it's just a matter of seeing how much longer this ugly, choppy price action can go. But I think that so long as we can hold above here, we maybe target 67K first. But let's see. Let's see. Someone said in the US, Kraken, you can trade perps since July. Oh, awesome. Awesome. Sweet. So if you guys are there and you want to join the community, you can use Kraken as well as an option. I know they have I think they have bank partnerships too. Someone that's in the US can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you can actually send bank transfers and stuff. So that's pretty convenient. Taluk says, I trade on the 1 minute for whoever says 5 minute is risky. I would not recommend trading on the 1 minute chart, guys. I have to say, there's a lot of noise on the lower time frames, and 1 minute chart, you're not doing yourself any favors. Silver Moonshot says, I use Kraken and it works very well, my friend. Nice. I watch you because compared to other streamers, you only take the very best trades with the highest risk to reward and don't rush things. That's also what I'm trying to teach you in the community. And this is why sometimes, guys, sometimes, particularly if you join the community and I don't post a new trade for a week or 2 or sometimes even 3, I know when to stop. And what I mean is I know when to maintain my existing positions in the market and not fiddle with anything. That's what I would say is probably one of my biggest strengths as a trader. The patience and being able to just sit in my positions and literally wait. Kraken does wire transfers. Nice. I know 2 people that work for Kraken that worked in the IT section. Interesting. Reiner. Oh, okay. Bosco, yeah, so the thing with Kraken is basically we have to do a manual check. So just message me on Telegram, say you've used Kraken, and my team will sort it out for you. Unfortunately, in the automation that I have, it's not there. But you just have to message me, just say, hey man, I'm using Kraken, and rest assured you'll be added to the group. Nice to have you tune into the live stream. So again, guys, let's wait for the 4 hour, as Semi said on the stream. We don't want to be losing this level. As Mark Douglas said, the market rewards the patient and transfers money from the impatient to the patient. Exactly. I trade on MEXC. What is your opinion on safety? Look, I would largely say that if you trade on MEXC with a little bit of capital, it's okay. But I've had some people, for example, we have some members in the group that are trading with 7 figures plus, and they came from MEXC because I've seen some people have issues withdrawing and stuff like that. I don't want to spread any FUD. I'm not one to spread FUD, but I personally don't trade on MEXC. Something going on there. So if you're a bigger trader, I would recommend maybe not. Bill, so it doesn't work over there. Maybe a cheeky VPN, but I'm not going to recommend that. I know some people do it. That's unfortunate. I guess it's based on states. I guess different states have different laws. Okay. Okay, legends. So right now Bitcoin is dumping, right? Bitcoin is dumping, and this is interesting to me because this is a potential zone that we can bounce from. Keep in mind, we still have over an hour until the 4 hour candle close, but I would like to see us close above the value area high. So we take a fib. We're tapped into the golden pocket. Let's see. How's the poll looking? How is the poll looking? I love this. I mean, thank you for your comment, Purchase Media. I appreciate it. MEXC restricted my account for no reason. I migrated to Bluffin and I've never had an issue. They got suspicious of winning so much after joining up with CBM. That's funny. How's the poll looking, guys? We're 50-50. So Bitcoin is currently hovering above a very, very important level. This 4 hour candle, to put it simply, does not look great. It does not. you want us to get a reclaim above 65K at the value area high. Otherwise, this thing easily rolls over. So let's see. Let's see how CVD is also looking. Still potential bullish CVD divergence on the 4 hour, but if you go to the 5 minute bearish CVD divergence, looks like it's about to play out here. 15 minute, same thing. Interesting. Interesting stuff. We're dumping, guys. We're dumping. We're dumping. Maybe a quick sweep of the lows. How do you give me some of that patience? I'll sprinkle it on you. Still hoping for a bearish July, says Sharp Skill. I don't know about that, guys. July is historically bullish. I think seasonality is something that should not be faded with Bitcoin. Look at the bear markets, right? July is notoriously bullish. In 2018, which is the comparison that we've made on the channel very often, Bitcoin went up 21% in the bear market in July. 2022, Bitcoin went up 16% in the bear market in July. So July, especially in bear markets, it's historically bullish, guys. So I don't think that we're gonna have a red July. I mean, we had a pretty nasty June. Jason Smith says, if you share a public ID to join the group, can someone take that to create a fake group to join other groups? Is there a risk of this? No, guys. Guys, the information that is asked to be able to join the community, it's either your UID or your public ID on something like Kraken. The public ID is exactly what it is. It's an ID in your account that basically just lets me know that you signed up with my referral. And if you're already trading on Kraken, we can transfer that under my referral. But it doesn't give access to your account. It doesn't do anything aside from knowing that you're with me, and that's it. There's no other way to be able to identify whether or not you've joined one of the exchange links that I have in the description down below. And it also allows me and my team to basically include it in these automatic checks. So for example, right now, if you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram after clicking the first link in the description down below, you will be prompted with a list of things. And those, let's say you sign up through that funnel on Telegram. When you provide your UID, my AI bot can check that, yup, confirmed, you signed up with my referral. That's all it does. There's no risk of whatever you're suggesting, man. Legalize 420 gaming. I completely agree with you, man. Completely agree with you. What he is saying is that Eventually, after participating in the market for a couple of years, you start to understand that missing a trade is not the end of the world. Exactly. Exactly. I'm telling you, the more that Bitcoin holds up here, the stronger that some alts will be temporarily. You guys know I'm not a perma bull on alts, but in the community yesterday we longed hype, and if Bitcoin does behave, as I like to say, if Bitcoin behaves, this will perform well, in my opinion. Taluk says, does anyone trade fart coin? And Grigor says, we actually traded once a year ago or so in the community. Actually, if I recall correctly, yeah, that Grigor, that was a long... Yeah, you're right. I think I had a fart coin trade last summer. And if I'm not mistaken, I lost. I think I lost that one. I'm pretty sure I lost that trade. Bitcoin trying to hold up. Bro, just compare 2018 and 2016. The same situation or not. Maybe we dumped to 60, 62K, and now after this we grow. It's totally possible, guys. It's possible. I just know the only reliable thing I can tell you guys with 100% certainty is that relief rallies in bear markets are notoriously choppy. They are notoriously ugly, and they love to chop out both sides of the markets. So I know that's not helpful, but it is true. And I think it's important to consider this when you're trading. It can be very, very choppy. We can grind up, staircase up. Maybe we even drop. Like, it could be like this for a bit, and then we top out. That's currently what I'm looking at. Very good 1 hour candle on hype. We just need Bitcoin to behave. And it's not really behaving right now. I would like to see us hold above the value area high, which is $150 away on the 4 hour candle. Kraken doesn't have futures trading option. Yes, it does. Kraken definitely has futures trading. You have to go on Kraken Pro in your settings in the top right. Yeah, you have to go on Kraken Pro, guys. Matt, I sometimes 5x or 10x my account by trading with less amounts. Why is that? I'm not sure I understand your question, man. If you're 5xing and 10xing your entire account on a trade, you're literally risking way too much capital. Do you ever use 100x leverage? I've done it before on stream, but I wouldn't recommend it. At the end of the day, leverage doesn't matter. It's about the total capital that you're risking in proportion to your trading portfolio. Meaning, if you have $1 million to trade with and you're risking 1% of your trading portfolio, that means that if the trade doesn't work out, you stand to lose $10,000. The one thing with Kraken Legends that you have to understand is Kraken is a very regulated, highly regulated one in the sense of, I think you do need to do KYC. I don't think there's no KYC and stuff like that. I have platforms that offer that in the description down below if you want to join the community. But Kraken is like the one where, you know, it's that type of exchange. It's a tier 1. They've been around for a very long time. But I still trade mainly on Bluefin, guys. Alrighty. Under an hour until the 4-hour candle close. We're dropping. Whenever you plan to long Bitcoin at the ultimate low for the bear market, will you be entering a brand new long or simply add to your existing long? To be clear, I think the bear market low is below $58,000. So I would imagine that I'm going to be out of this trade. My stop loss is at break even on this trade. So I would be stopped out of that trade and I would enter a brand new long probably. I'm telling you, if Bitcoin holds here, this thing will pop. This looks primed. Primed. We entered in the community yesterday. Less than 24 hours ago, I think. This is looking pretty okay. As long as we can hold here, it's looking okay. Now, we do have some juicy liquidity to the downside. I'm going to go on Mind Pillar, open up a new chart. Maybe today's another day where I have a trade in the community, guys. But for now, I'd like to see Bitcoin hold above this golden pocket. Am I tripping? What did I want to look at here? Yes, the liquidity on MinePillar. Yeah, I like this, guys. I think it's juicy. I think it's juicy. I would love a tap into 67. But we do have some juicy liquidity to the downside as well. A lot of longs. So I guess it's just in the immediate short term, I want to see a push up. But sometimes the market doesn't give us what we want, right? We have to accept that. We're still below the value area low. Hype relative strength is back so far. Yeah, it is. But we need Bitcoin to behave here, guys. We need Bitcoin to behave. We took the hype long in the community yesterday, and we need hype to behave. Sorry, we need Bitcoin to behave. NASDAQ is getting killed. That, of course, impacts Bitcoin as well, right? So we're seeing the rejection. Now the question is, can we go higher? S&P 500 is getting killed as well. NASDAQ is getting killed even more. Oof. Yeah, we broke down some pretty important support here on the NASDAQ. Come on. Yeah. How about we take an anchored VWAP for the NASDAQ and see if we can... Ooh. You guys see that? Obviously, it requires a close back above. But see, the first time we tapped into it, check that out. What a bounce. And I love anchored VWAPs. Okay. But this is going to be pivotal for Bitcoin. Just dropping with no sign of slowing down. I think perhaps the next candle is a reversal candle, assuming this one can't just wick up a few $100s. Well, I'm happy we took that short in the community as well, and on the live stream, last live stream. It's up almost 100%, but I did use 30x leverage on that one, so. Nothing can protect. Nothing can be protected. Like if Bitcoin just nukes, then hype will not do well. We need to hold around this zone. Yeah, Matt, before this channel, I would manually figure out the VWAP. I had no idea that you could do it on TradingView. Yeah, it's super helpful. Super, super helpful. All right. I'm telling you guys, hype really wants to go, but it can only go if Bitcoin lets it go. If Bitcoin can get back up above 65 and consolidate, that is when something like hype can really start to show its strength. But for now, we need Bitcoin to behave. Otherwise, no go. We know that Thursdays are notoriously bearish for Bitcoin, so that is something to consider. Longs are getting smoked. I mean, yes, for now. Give me that bullish CVD. Let's target this upside, man. Am I wasting my time with these RSI prints? I will say with RSI, like most things, most of these indicators, higher time frame is more important. I see some people that look at RSI on the 15-minute chart, and it's mind-boggling to me. I wouldn't trade that. Keep in mind, guys, we could very well just be creating another higher low here. It might not seem possible, but to me, this is still not impulsive to the downside, which is why I'm still leaning on continuation. Crypto Twitter seems bullish these days. How about you? I will say I was bullish when crypto Twitter was bearish because in the community we entered long at $58,000. Now, I still think this can climb higher, but I am ultimately expecting some local top to materialize around the bull market support band to the 200-day moving average, which could in theory put Bitcoin between 69K to 72.5. So maybe we get a pullback first. Maybe we pull back and then we rally into FOMC or something like that. Nick Tooney says they're just trying to shake people out by making it look like the rally is over and then have the next leg up. It's possible. It's possible. Matt, can you confidently short worthless shitcoins knowing damn well that they will go down? I somehow managed to take the loss anyways. The thing with shitcoin, guys, is that, you know, the market can remain, what's the saying? Market remains... Sorry, I'm getting tired now. Basically, they can scam pump longer than you can remain solvent. And then they dump. So it's very, very tricky. It's fun when you get that big dump like DEX and you just short them on the way down. But it's not the easiest thing to execute because to some extent, it is purely speculation. It's not actual trading, but they do tend to trend towards zero. And we've shorted a couple of them in my community, but they're not easy to short. The other thing I'd like to say, because some of you were asking about the overall liquidity and what happens if the community gets too big? Won't the market makers pay attention to how I'm trading the market? And while I can understand where you're coming from, the bigger the community gets, the more and more likely it is that I only stick to really high market cap assets, like Bitcoin, for example, because there's no way a small community of you guys can move the price of Bitcoin. But if we start trading like some coins that have $500 million in market cap, then of course, yeah, you can move the coin. So that's how I will mitigate it. As the community gets bigger, I start to look only at bigger and bigger assets. Doesn't really change the trading strategy. Still make money in the market. It's just, you know, BitMEX is indeed shutting down. Yes, that has been confirmed. All right, getting a little bit of a squeeze here, legends. Right before that 4-hour candle close, we got a little bit of time here. We have a little bit of time. The riser, you're so silly, man. The riser, you're totally wrong. I'm going to remove you. I'm sorry. I'm putting you in timeout. Yes, exactly, purchase media. Market can remain erratic longer than you can remain solvent. Exactly. Legends, if you'd like to join the community where I took all the trades that you're seeing on screen, we did short Bitcoin at $66,800, right at the current Pico top. And yesterday I longed Hype, which is currently up around 12K. You have the first link in the description down below. Just DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. It is a private group where you trade with your own money. You don't pay me to get access to the group. You're trading with your own capital. Have you ever been to Europe? Yes, I have been to Europe multiple times. Marketing can remain irrational longer than you can remain solvent. Some of you guys have been saying, dude, your trades are crazy, but there's some guys, like there's the one guy, Cento Trades. This guy has multi-million-dollar scalps open, which is just insane. I've seen some of his content and I mean, yeah, crazy. Bosco, headed to the gym. See you guys later. Waiting for your assistant to respond on Telegram, Matt. Sounds good. Do your parents approve of your career? Guys, I don't know. I understand where there's different cultures and stuff like that. But when I mentioned this before, I had a social media business and I was also working. They technically did not approve of my business, but I genuinely did not care. I knew that I was always meant for something like this. So I don't really seek anyone's approval. Obviously, when you guys share positivity, it makes me happy, but I've grown also a little bit of a thicker skin with all the hate that sometimes you get on the channel. But as a general rule of thumb, I just don't look for anyone else's approval, whether that's my parents, whether that's my best friends, doesn't matter. At the end of the day, it's what you think of yourself and how you feel about yourself that matters. So to answer your question, I mean, when they see how much money I'm making trading, yeah, approval, because a lot of parents like looking at that kind of stuff. But when I first started out, no, not at all. So the only approval that you need is your own. Yeah, exactly, Thomas Davidson. Exactly. Now they do. NASDAQ almost sweeping the lows, so a bounce is coming. Guys, do we trade the NASDAQ as well? I like this by Bitcoin, but I want to see us reclaim the value area low. 4-hour candle is looking, let's be real, it's not looking that great. But you've seen before when we start to create these lows that we can get some of those bounces stemming from a candle looking like this. So let's see. This could be another higher low. Speculating on a higher low. I'm sure. Low is almost swept, guys. We have multiple lows here, right? So there's a chance that we go lower. Quite a few lows. Like it could still drop quite a bit, honestly. In the future, will you marry a trader? No, definitely not. The personality that a trader has is probably not the personality of someone that I would be attracted to or that I would look for in a long-term partner. I don't need my long-term partner, the mother of my children, to be obsessive about the charts. Just my thoughts. Some of you guys might disagree, but I don't need that, guys. It's not a requirement for a potential wife. In fact, it's the opposite I'm looking for. Yeah, oil is pumping like crazy. Wow. I would like to see a higher low formed from around this zone if possible. Tesla is dumping. Nick Tooney says, my girlfriend is a trader. We trade Bitcoin and hype every day. It's great, but her libido is zero if we have an unprofitable week or month. Yeah. Would you trade oil or is it too risky? I'm not sure what you mean. It's not too risky. It depends what trade you're taking, right? I'm not in an oil trade. Why would it be risky to trade oil? It's risky to trade Bitcoin. It's risky to trade hype. It's risky to trade anything, right? You are risking capital. Don't you think that this week should be red, given that the last 3 weeks were green, so that break to the streak and then go higher in the next week? It's possible, but I don't do my analysis based on the color of the candles, right? In my community, we talked about the 2018 simulation that would have basically required the last week's candle to be red, and it was green. Anything can happen, guys. Sometimes you get multiple green weeks in a row before rejecting. So I genuinely don't know. I'm not going to base my analysis on the color of the candle. Can it be red? Maybe. Hype is still just crawling on up. Thomas says, is there a question that no chat has ever asked you yet, but you wanted to have a reason to talk about something in particular on the stream? Not really, guys. I mean, that's what makes it a little bit easier to prolong these streams, to extend these streams, because you guys will ask questions and I can address them on the charts. And the more questions we have, the more material there is. Now, sometimes we get some silly questions, which we laugh about, but sometimes we get some really insightful questions and they make me reflect as well on the charts. So I think it's, yeah, I like spending time with you guys. I like receiving your questions. Right now, Bitcoin is trying its best, guys. It's trying its best. This is a little bit of consolidation. Still overall, shorts from a CVD perspective. Aggregate. There's more selling volume than buying, which is very apparent on the chart. But I am still hopeful that there's a chance we can squeeze higher. I'm not sure what else there is left to say. I'm in my hype long that we took yesterday in the community. I'm in my Bitcoin long. I also took a short 2 days ago with Bitcoin, and now I'm just patient, right? S&P is down 1.5. To Luke, Matt, this community feels like family to me now. After all the job, I get to spend time with you guys and have a chat. Love it, man. Love it. We are family. Semi says Trump is preparing for boots on the ground this weekend when markets are closed, obviously. Obviously. It's always when the markets are closed. What opportunity did change your life to become a successful person? Samir, what opportunity did change your life? I am a firm believer in creating your own opportunities. So, you will get a handful of opportunities, very good ones in your life, and it's up to you to seize them. How long does it take for 65 to turn in from support to resistance? Yes, I know, noob question, laugh at me. Meow, I am not laughing at you. That's a good question. So usually when you get these kinds of levels, for example, the value area high, you want to get a nice, at least 1 hour candle close above the level as like a decent confirmation. These aren't certainties, but you would like, because right now, so we broke below, and if for whatever reason Bitcoin climbs up to 65 and then we get rejected aggressively, then at that point, it's very obvious that it's not a reclaim, right? So you need to get confirmation. Ideally, it pops above the level, it comes back down for a test, and then this is where you can basically execute a trade. That's what you're looking for, really. Rate hikes are surging big time. Are they? Guys, we're just getting some, this whole relief rally, we've been seeing some inflows from the Bitcoin spot ETFs. Also, the Coinbase side of things, again, this trajectory has largely continued. Yes, we had a little bit of a pullback here, but if you zoom out a little bit, you can see that we had the low, and yes, it's not green. There isn't this infinite buying pressure from Bitcoin, but it is slowly getting less and less negative. And this is something we've covered on the channel at length. It's an important factor to consider on these choppy relief rallies. And actually, yeah. Spikes to the downside usually signal a local bottom. Spikes to the upside can signal a local top or getting close to one. USDT is bullish. USDT dominance. As you guys know, oh, look. This is starting to look okay, guys. If the next candle pushes lower and then we pop back up, it starts to look something similar to this. So let's see. Let's see what we get out of it, right? Let's see. The market is trying to hold these levels. Stablecoin dominance. We were going to look at that together. NASDAQ getting a bounce. We're probably going to enter a new trade within the community relatively soon, I would say. Let's see. So I don't look at just USDT. I look at both of them combined. And the way you can do this on TradingView is this is the formula. CryptoCap, USDT plus USDT dot D plus USDC dot D. So this is the dominance metric. When stablecoin dominance goes up, the market is bearish. When we go down, the market is bullish. So I still think that this is largely bullish. I agree with you, Florida. But if you look at the 1 week time frame, there is a chance again that maybe this, on the relief rally for Bitcoin, this continues to come back down and we create a higher low and then we pop, coinciding with our cycle bottom. Someone says Bitcoin will dump again now. Let's see it. Let's see it, guys. 4-hour close. Most people, this is what I mean, guys. Most people are now leaning on a dump. So people are not expecting this relief rally to continue, which is the perfect recipe for it to continue. I like that. Let's go through some comments. If you're already watching charts all day alone, why not watch streams with other people and keep watching charts, just not alone? That's fair. One question, when crypto is normalized, I think there will be less volatility. So I think this bull market will be the last change to make some good gains for the next 10 years. I don't know. There's tons of people that trade the stock market, guys, and make good money in the stock market. So that's not necessarily true. Volatility wise, yeah, maybe like, because what you've noticed with Bitcoin is that the highs are less strong, are less explosive from the lows, and the lows are less devastating. So if you take a look at something like Bitcoin's drawdown from all-time high, what you'll notice here is that we basically drop less and less from bull market top to bear market bottom. So first cycle, 93% drop, then 85, then 84, then 77. So far this cycle, we've dropped 54%, which I have been vocal about it not being sufficient for the bear market low. I think we're entering this time-based capitulation. I think it's shaking out both sides of the market because people find it abundantly boring, like very, very boring. But there will always be money to be made in these markets. Rick Ty, it does that because we got spammed with bots that were using that keyword. So any keywords that I noticed that were getting spammed, I put them in my bot to remove them automatically. Matt, are you going short or long? I'm in some longs and I'm in some shorts. I'm not sure. I would like to see us reclaim the value area high at 65. Exactly, Grigor. There's always enough volatility for trading. Legends, if you haven't already, make sure to join the community. It's where I post all of my trades. It's where I'm in the trades that I started this live stream with. My hype long, my Bitcoin short from higher, they're both up around the same amounts, over $10,000. These were shared within my community over the past couple days. I am a swing trader, so I don't take on a ton of different trades in this market every single day. I am not a day trader. In fact, I think most day traders just lose money. But if you want to join the community, you know where to find me. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram to join. You're not paying me to join the community. You trade with your own capital. So make sure to join if you haven't already. And if you haven't, also make sure to smash that like button. Let's see what we're sitting at. We're about 4 hours into the stream. 262 likes so far. Not too bad. I think we could push this up though. Definitely. Good question to Luke. Would you say the market has changed from the time you started trading to now? Yes. There was a period in crypto, guys. Are you part of Gang Bugatti? What the hell? Okay, to Luke. So there was a period in the previous cycles where you can literally throw money at any altcoin and it would do a 10x. It was almost impossible to not make money. Now trading is a lot more strategic. So it has changed in that sense, mainly from a spot portfolio perspective. Leverage trading Bitcoin in bull and bear markets, I would say the strategy for me has largely been the same. Joining for the sake of having a community to belong, my man. Zero G is in the house. Going long on SpaceX. Risk to reward is just worth a shot. We talked about SpaceX at the beginning of the live stream, guys. The thing with SpaceX is it's basically a gamble. Like, how are you meant to know that this thing has bottoms? You aren't. Maybe a reclaim of this prior wick at 116, but there's no edge there. There's no edge. Like, look at this crap. What are you meant to do? I think that over the long term, this will perform well, but this is the weekly chart. How are you meant to long without risking? Like, where's your invalidation, right? Where is your invalidation if you're longing this? But Rick Ty, my man, Rick Ty, why did you open a long? Like, guys, before you enter a trade, you have to know the reason behind the trade. You have to have a thesis. You have to have a target. You have to have an invalidation. How can you just, like I said, if I were to long this, it would just be pure gambling. That's not what we do here. Anyways, we did long hype though. We longed hype yesterday in the community. Looks constructive. I think what could happen here is we get another wick down. Maybe grabbing this liquidity. And then maybe I consider again. NASDAQ getting a bounce. Rick Ty, you're saying it's not gambling, but hype, there was a thesis behind it. SpaceX, what is the thesis? How do you justify your entries, right? You're saying everyone has their own strategy, but I would love to understand what your strategy is, my man. Not making fun of you, not making fun of your trade, but are you entering on the 5-minute chart maybe? If that's the case, then Maybe. But I just feel, as someone that trades with a lot of capital, I just feel like I can't do anything with this, right? 5 minutes until the 4-hour candle close, my friends. Now, buying SpaceX for the long term. Oh, Rick Ty. Oh, you entered Bitcoin. Never mind then. I thought you were talking about SpaceX. No stress. I'm talking specifically to the people that are telling me to long SpaceX, right? What do you personally look for to confirm a reversal? Tired of feeling like I'm trying to catch a falling knife and want more certainty identifying trend changes while it's happening instead of after. So the one thing I will say is a lot of the times I enter positions when a lot of people get worried. Like, for example, I can't tell you how many messages I got on my Telegram when in the community I said, hey guys, I'm taking a long on Bitcoin at $58,000. The amount of people that said, dude, are you sure? You're crazy. Bitcoin's going to go to low 50s. Are you sure? And then we entered the long. So I usually enter when the market or the general consensus is that we're going much lower or much higher in a certain direction. That helps me out. The first thing that I look at is to understand the trend. And the trend is down. The trend is still down for Bitcoin. So I'm not oblivious to the fact that a lot of people are entering longs. We can keep on chopping to the upside, but eventually we will likely have some form of relief rally top. And it typically coincides with these important moving averages like the bull market support band, the anchored VWAP, and the 200-day moving average. This is how I will probably identify my entry on my new short or when I add to my existing shorts. When it comes to coming down here, you have to look at areas of interest, right? Reclaiming the value area low from the 2024 range was basically what I was looking at, a tap into this level to play a bounce. And that's exactly what we did within the community. So I'm not sure if I addressed your question. But basically, you want to look at high confluence zones where reversals are possible. The other reason why this reversal was interesting is because we know that historically, Bitcoin likes to hold on to its 200-week moving average. This also made for a good swing trade because, yes, in bear markets, we can break below, but I don't think that we were going to see something like this right here quite yet. We could be seeing this part where we reconfirm above the 200-week moving average and then drop lower in the coming weeks. That is totally possible. But historically, Bitcoin likes this level as support. You can see here in 2019, we go back. Zero G said, Matt, about 6 months ago, you used to be the master of catching knives. We made good money together, if you remember. We need you to come back, bro. I don't know, my man. I longed at 58K. Like, catching knives, there's a lot more luck involved, right? What else can I do for you, man? This was an epic long trade, and we're up $100,000 on that trade. This was all shared within the community, right? I am still in a hype long, which I shared in the community, but we're chopping. We're getting a pullback here. I would like to see Bitcoin pump a little bit more. Soy says, I have some stink bids at 49K. I want to wake up to a gift this is getting it filled. Yeah, I mean, that would be nice, wouldn't it? CBM has been good as gold this bear season. Thank you. I appreciate it. Rick Ty says, I think Matt has been very good at catching exact tops and bottoms. I can't say I've seen anyone better. Thanks, my man. I appreciate it. We will have some losses along the way, but man, over the past few months, this bear market has been very, very profitable for me. And I mean, I'm assuming everyone that's in the community is having a similar experience, particularly if you've been in there for quite some time. You have areas of potential reversals marked out long before price even gets close to them. Exactly, just Frankie. I plan my trades pretty far in advance, especially if it's going to be like, you know, Bitcoin's dumping aggressively. I don't just randomly enter long. I do have areas that I look at for potential support first, right? All right, guys. So the 4-hour candle closed. This kind of looks like this. So a dump is okay here. Maybe we even sweep the lows multiple times. But this is actually okay. For now. Little bit of a pullback. Never hurt anybody. I'm just hoping if I watch Matt long enough, his instincts will rub off on me. Maybe, man. I missed that 58K. It hit my stop loss after it retraced. Wasn't part of your trading community at the time. I was pretty damn close to getting stopped out. What happened was I actually moved my stop loss to break even, and price was about to go back to my entry point after I took some profits at 60K. And I think about an hour or so before, I told my community members, hey guys, I'm actually going to play with the profits that I secured. So basically I took profits on the bounce to 60K. And then I said, I'm going to effectively move my stop down below my average entry because I have profits that I can now play with. So basically I was willing to make it a $0 trade. Sometimes I like to do that, and I changed it, and thankfully it played out in that way, right? Someone said got stopped out at hype at break even. Williams World. We longed hype in the community yesterday, and it's still up around 10K. So you must have entered later. Guys, just because I say on a stream I'm longing hype, it's not your go-to signal to just jump into an aggressive trade. I have clear entry points, invalidations, and profit zones shared within the community as always. Sometimes I kind of know the answer already, but I know if I'm questioning something others are as well, and they might not ask. Thanks, brother. Absolutely, just Frankie. Yeah, if you guys have insightful questions and you want to understand my thoughts of the market, I'm more than happy to address them on the live streams. Yeah. So now we see, I actually think that this 4-hour candle looks okay. I know it doesn't, like it can go lower, but we could still potentially just be creating another higher low. Let's see. Let's see. Sweeping the low would be nice. Hype hasn't made it into the pinned message. Alejandro, you are right in saying that. Maybe I'll adjust that right now. My bad, man. Sometimes I share my trades and then I'm away. Now I would like to see us hold above here. So wicks below are fine. On a 4-hour candle closing basis, it would be nice to hold above 52, like where we're currently at, basically 59.2. Ken RK, I believe it'll test the 66 to 67K area before falling again. I actually think it's possible as well. But we have to see if we can reclaim the value area high. The value area high, guys, is right here at around $65,000. Hey, sorry if I missed this info earlier, but do you have a stop loss, like a hard stop loss on your hype trade? I saw that a 4-hour candle closed below 55.5 as your invalidation, but that's not the same as a stop loss, is it? It is called a soft stop loss. So basically, if the price like breaks below that level, then I close out my trade manually. Now, I understand this isn't for everyone. I get it. I understand. But what you can do to circumvent this is you can set a stop lower than the level, and then basically you adjust your risk based on that. I am comfortable with soft stop losses, particularly on highly liquid assets. When it comes to like a shit coin, then yeah, I'm a lot more careful. Show us your crystal ball. Someone said I did short at 66K. To Luke, my man, based on your comments, to Luke and what I've been seeing on the live streams, I would say that you should use hard stop losses. Not financial advice. Don't even worry about soft stop losses, to Luke. We did have pretty high volume on this 4-hour candle as well. Correct. Correct, guys. Hype is dumping. Krypton Dawn says Riff. Okay, you've mentioned Riff a few times. I've just been... Riff. I mean, it's not on here. What is Riff? Guys, is it just a shit coin? Like, is this just a shit? Guys, if it's a shit coin, please don't mention it. I mean, guys, I'm gonna be pretty Krypton Dawn. I'm gonna be pretty annoyed with you if this is like under a 500 or under 1 billion market cap. I will be pretty, bro. Guys, we don't look at $100 million market cap coins. This is pointless. This is highly manipulated, and I wouldn't be trading this. That's annoying. That's why I tend to ignore those comments. Guys, I don't look at this kind of stuff. Not worth it. Not worth it. $25% profit on SpaceX. I made 500 on it, just saying. Hey Matt, can you check out Near? Yeah, I know Near is, a lot of people like this one. I mean, it looks like it rejected from a higher time frame zone, which I had already mapped out here. I was gonna consider talking about this in the community when we were up here for a potential short, actually. But I didn't. This was just, you could see this was already on my chart. This is gonna be important for Near to get through if we're gonna see any kind of momentum to the upside. Otherwise, it could just go downhill. Beat is ripping. Why else would your entries be almost perfect if you don't have a crystal ball? Because I enter at high time frame confluent zones, which we've discussed time and time again, guys. My entries are, it's not magic. It's not magic. It's just trading. It's just good trading. Legends, if you want to see all of the trades that I'm in, I took a hype long yesterday. I also took a Bitcoin short on the live stream 2 days ago, but exact entry was shared within my community. You do have that first link in the description down below. If you DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram, you're able to join. It's where I share all of my own personal trades and my overall market analysis. To Luke, Matt, you have to be clear to me. Do you think I am annoying or what? I can only take care that if you tell me. My man, I never said you were annoying. I'm just saying, based on the questions that you were asking, it is not in your best interest to use soft stop losses. Soft stop losses should be for relatively experienced traders. Do I have a yearly CAGR? I really, like, I don't have a target. I literally just look for really good high time frame opportunities in the markets. But with trading, I don't think it's unrealistic to do a consistent 20 to 30% a year, although lately I've been outperforming that significantly. So it really depends on what kind of risk you want to take and things like that. But I definitely make more money trading than investing, but I will probably long-term make more money investing because my trading profits go towards investments, if that makes sense. Meow, exactly. AI is not reliable in that regard. NASDAQ bounce. Very nice bounce, actually. Fierce Wall asks, are you looking to add to your Bitcoin long after we grab some major liquidity to the downside when you start taking more profits on your shorts? No, like, I think this long that I took at 58K is going to remain largely untouched. I would probably look for a new long. And then my shorts, I would add to them. Hey, Matt, do you think we will ever have a massive opportunity like Trump meme again in crypto? Are you talking about a massive opportunity in terms of the upside for the first 24 hours or a massive opportunity in terms of shorting? Hype did not like that 4-hour close. True. But it's actually, Hype's 4-hour close, though, looks fine. Above a key wick here. So, you know, we still got multiple hours. Maybe we get another wick to the downside on Hype. I'll see how I want to play it. As always, any updates will be shared within the community. If I decide to change this position, if I decide to take on any new trades, everything is shared in there. But yeah, it really, like I said, it really does matter what Bitcoin does. If Bitcoin can manage to hold up here, and we can tap into maybe some lower level liquidity, perhaps we go to 64, because I know a lot of longs, a lot of shorts started getting aggressive today. Matt, how do you get glasses? Was it naturally or by trading? I mean, these are not prescription glasses, guys. So I actually got laser eye surgery a while ago, and I'm gonna get a touch-up relatively soon. But these glasses are more blue light. I've been on camera for, I have a bright studio light here, and I've been on camera for 4.5 hours, so I try to protect my eyes when I can. Hanex, yes, it should be soon, usually between 24 and 72 hours. Do you see high volume on the, well, the volume is down here, right? This is pretty high volume. Any complication with the LASIK surgery? No, no complication. Sometimes, you know, I've spoken with some people, after 10 years, their vision is still like perfect. Some people, after a few years, they need touch-ups and then it's perfect. Some people, like, for the most part, it's been excellent. You know, my vision is definitely better than what it was before I got LASIK. The only issue is that I started seeing it regress a little bit, and I waited a couple years for it to stabilize. So now I'm going to get it touched up again. Krypton Dawn, every strategy leads to more Bitcoin long term. I agree. Satoshi gives out those glasses once you trade over 7 figures. I can assure you that Satoshi does not give out these glasses. Because they were $20 on Amazon. Oof. Hype is dumping, guys. Dumpy, dumpy. I don't like that. Two more rate hikes are coming. Fed chair hinting possibility. Hey Matt, your hair color looks gorgeous. Thank you, I appreciate it. Yes, it is completely natural. I had really blonde hair when I was younger, and it slowly darkened over time. Okay, big dump on hype now. Big dump. Now we see. Maybe it's time to compound. Maybe it's time to compound. Is SpaceX just rocketing? Should I have longed SpaceX? Oof. Wow. Who got a SpaceX long entry? Wow. Hype double topped. I mean, not really, no. I wouldn't call this a double top. It still looks constructive to me, to be honest. But this can take a while to play out. I longed it in the community yesterday. I'm still holding this trade. But if you're planning on entering a trade that I'm already in, it does not make sense. Matt, I trade and learn daily 6 to 8 hours a day. Do you recommend those type of glasses? Could you recommend to me? Yes, just search up blue light glasses on Amazon, my man. I see no business model that pays for that kind of SpaceX price. It's not like we are mining the moon for valuable minerals. Yeah, it is probably overvalued, but I think that in the long term, it will perform well. Now, from a trading perspective, pretty insane. Yeah, maybe I take, do you guys think I should take some more profits from my Bitcoin short that I took 2 live streams ago at the local top? Maybe I take some more. I already took some profits today in the community. Love these live streams, by the way. Perfect timing to pay attention. Awesome, man. Awesome. Is it really possible to catch the exact top or bottom, or at least close enough using the volume footprint? It's pretty accurate, guys. Using volume, I really like using the volume profile. Matt, do you still think Bitcoin goes higher before revisiting the lows? What I will say is we have a chance if we can maintain this uptrend and we can get back above the value area high. I think a lot of people want to see Bitcoin go lower here. We have some shorts that jumped into the market. The structure on the daily time frame. Wow, nice bounce from NASDAQ. This is still okay structure, guys. This is what we come to expect in bear markets, where the price action basically just chops to the upside like this. Like it's just very, very ugly. Excuse my drawings, but you know what I mean? Like people were calling the top here. People were calling the top here. People were calling the top here. And what if this is just another scenario where Bitcoin wants to bounce again and create another higher low somewhere within this region, right? Tommy says August will be bad for Bitcoin. That I don't necessarily disagree with. In 2018, August was bad for Bitcoin, and we kind of just dropped throughout. In 2022, August was bad for Bitcoin. So I would say that if July closes green, which is still my base case, and the relief rally continues, August will likely close red for Bitcoin. That's how I view things right now. But I think, like right now, I've been trading price action with the assumption that the relief rally can continue for Bitcoin. That's why I longed Bitcoin at $58,000 in the community. That's why I've been taking on a couple new positions. So that's my general assumption. Higher before lower. Nick Tooney, I agree. August can start green with the relief rally continuing, and then it can end red. Matt, 1 week. Matt, 1 week, and we are in August. Manuel says, I'm going against the grain. August will start green and stay green. Maybe it will. I don't think it will. I think that we can have bullish price action into August, but I think that it will ultimately end red. Or maybe it starts very green and it ends slightly green, and then it goes lower in September afterwards, right? Can I join Telegram but stick with my current exchange? If your current exchange is BTCC or Kraken, yes, we can transfer you under my referral. If you're trading on somewhere else that isn't in the links in the description down below, unfortunately not. We seem to have a lot of members that have longed SpaceX. You know, it would be crazy if we go green in August and June was the bottom. I have exposure either way. Let's see. Let's see. Matt, did you trade during the 2021 bear market? Yes, I did, but I didn't have a community then. Yes, I did catch the Bitcoin bottom in 2022. And in fact, I've talked about this in the community before. I have spot Bitcoin from sub 30K. I started accumulating from 16K up to 30K. Live till when, mate? We've been going for quite a while, eh? It's been 4.5 hours. Dumpy on hype. Dun, 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 dun. I already trade on 2bit. Can I join? You have to create a new 2bit account if you like 2bit as your go-to exchange. So you have an option down here if you'd like to join. I'll probably be live for a little bit longer. Legends, let's get to 300 likes. We are currently at 295. Walking my dog while listening to the goat, Matt. Thank you very much. When do you think the bear market is done? My trajectory has largely been this. So I think we establish a low later in the year. That's currently what I'm running for. In 2021, I quit my job and took my gains, converted a shuttle bus to an RV, and drove around Quebec with my wife. Gemma Gov, absolute legend, my man. Legend. Bitcoin short is looking pretty good. That's the positive out of this. We've made really solid gains on the short that I took 2 days ago in the community and on the live stream. Kenny Fall, I longed hype and kept DCAing in since New York Open, and now I'm bleeding. I'm not sure why you would do that, my man. I don't know why you did that. 80% of portfolio. Bro. Matt, you said hype, compound hype trade. What does it mean? It basically means if I like the price action that I'm seeing, I would take on a little bit more risk. It does not mean double down. And also, guys, keep in mind, if you didn't join the community, you're not going to get the updates if I decide to do that. It's probably going to happen off stream, I would say, if I decide to do it. Honestly, I'm happy with the risk I'm taking because I have the long open, and then 2 days ago we entered the short. So this is in some significant profits already. It does not mean double down. Not a chance. I risked 1.5% of my trading portfolio. At most, I would add maybe 0.5%. To Luke, in April of this year, did you think the bottom was in? In April of this year? I mean, I already know the answer is no. Otherwise, I wouldn't be in my massive Bitcoin short, guys. Why would I think that the bottom is in April? April of this year. Let's see. No. No, I didn't think. I added to my short right here, guys. I literally added to my short and I entered a new short. So no, I definitely did not think the bottom was in. Blind Villains, Matt, why do you think Bitcoin will bottom later in the year? Is it just a 4-year cycle timing thing or something else? It's something else as well. I think that maybe the stock market has that 10, maybe 20% correction, and that could coincide with Bitcoin going lower as well. Legend Matt. Someone said, true or false, we will not see $1 million Bitcoin by 2030. What's your target, Matt? I'm not going to give speculative targets like that. I did say on camera, I think that in our lifetime, we might see $1 million Bitcoin. I think it's possible. So I just don't know when. And I just think that on the highest of time frames, like if you go to the monthly, look, Bitcoin has been bullish forever. Look, guys, some of you guys think I'm a perma bear, but this is a very bullish chart. So those are my thoughts. Shorts are indeed stepping into the market. We're dumping. We're dumping, legends. What is this? We're dumping. Well, the title is rejection and then higher. Let's see if we carve out a higher low here. Because on the 4-hour time frame, guys, we are still creating higher highs and higher lows. Gemma Gov, I completely agree. It's wild how everyone forgets that we were at 60. Where's the comment now? Roth Trader is in the house. My man. My man. Where's the music? Where's the music? Tiago asking about hype. I still think that structurally it looks okay. Hey Matt, do you still trade Bitcoin dominance? Sometimes, although I have not traded Bitcoin dominance recently. Legends, I would highly recommend that you join the community if you haven't already. All of my trades, any adjustments, any new positions, my invalidations, my profit targets, everything is shared within my community with the first link in the description down below if you'd like to join. It is a community where you trade with your own capital. DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join. and you're trading with your own capital on any of these exchanges down below, I would highly recommend it if you're not already in there, because I can give you updates on the price movements and what I'm doing with my positions in real time. So if I'm not on camera, if I'm not on the stream, if I'm not posting a video, if it's a weekend, if something happens, I always update my community members. Then when I come on the stream, you can't be surprised that something has changed. Because I always update you guys within the Telegram community. First link in the description down below. And we also have a bonus if you join on Bluffin after sending the word BTC. You get VIP3 for 7 days. So pretty significant fee discount on top of these deposit bonuses if that interests you. Gemma Gov, oh, is this the end of the live stream speech? Not quite, my man. Not quite. We're gonna push 5 hours. Don't shoot the messenger, says Uto P24. Price could drop to below 57K in a few weeks before getting a bit of relief. Is that possible? I don't think so, in my opinion. In my opinion, no. I think that if we do go below 57K, 58K, from here, it would probably be a new low. And that would maybe be the end of the relief rally. Should we close our hype trade to get in lower? Asking for a friend. Guys, I have to remind you, there is no we. I share with you what I'm doing with my own capital. You have to make your own decisions in this market. That's all there is to it. There is no we. I'm sharing it. I'm sharing what I'm doing with my own money. It's all fun. Everyone loves me if the trades go well, and they have been going extremely well. But you have to make sure that you're doing what you need to do with your own capital. And this also addresses Zach Taylor. Because Zach Taylor, you just said, forgive my ignorance, but I frequently hear you say you're trading with your own capital. The reason I say this, guys, is because that's how the community works. So like, I mention this because people often want to join the group and they're like, okay, well, do I have to pay you to join the group? How does it work? The way that it works is you sign up with any of these affiliate exchange links down below and you start trading on there as you would normally do. So like, you know, you'll find an exchange and you'll trade on that platform. That's why I say you're trading with your own capital. You're not paying me to join, but you're trading with your money on an exchange. That's how it works. So I'm not paying you to join. You're not paying me to join. You can join the group if you want to, guys. Links in the description down below. That's how it works. Darren Mitchell, these streams are the best. Thank you very much, Darren Mitchell. I appreciate you. So trying to hold on here. Oof. Hey, Matt, I just came back. Bitcoin just went down. Where do you think Bitcoin will go from now? I think that if we can reclaim the value area high, things will be looking good. Otherwise, I would like to see a drop to 63.7. Legends, you know what's crazy? You know what's crazy? We've been at it for 5 hours and I have not used the washroom yet. And I've been drinking a crap ton of water. I really need to go, but we're gonna extend it for a little bit longer. Kepo crypto, papa. Are you thinking about closing your hype trade? No, I'm not. Guys, I have my invalidations for a reason. I'm happy with the risk that I take on my trades. When I say I'm risking 1.5% of my trading portfolio, I really do mean I'm risking 1.5% of my trading portfolio. If I lose out on this hype trade, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter. Obviously, I don't want to have a losing trade. But I have so many other hedges in the market that in the grand scheme of things, it's like, okay, this Bitcoin short is currently up around $13,000, just under 13K. And we took that 2 days ago in the group as well. So I'm pretty chill. UTOP 24, I recommended that you take the VWAP from 83K, but I didn't short it myself. Yeah, man, you did recommend that, and I did do it, and I shorted on the stream and within the community. It was a great entry, guys. Right at that anchored VWAP here. It was a perfect short entry. Perfect. Tiago Costa, I think you're in the community. And my answer to that question is, I think the highest realistically that we can go on this relief rally, if I had to guess, would be around 72.5 at the 200-day moving average. But there's a chance that we top out before then. I start looking to add to my existing shorts if Bitcoin makes it back above 69K. Matt, what about your long though? Guys, my long is literally entry price 58K. Vengeance, I feel like which is Trula, I feel like you're engagement farming as well. Gemma Gov, if we bounce from here, we're going to blow past 67K up to 69K. I don't know. Maybe. But 67K is a very interesting zone for me. Matt, wouldn't 70K make a higher high on the daily time frame, therefore shifting the trend? Not in my opinion, no. No. Because you have to look at the entire structure, and the entire structure is still very much bearish. If we would break above 82 on the weekly, that would be significant. What indicators are you using on TradingView? I like the volume profile. I like the anchored VWAP. One of you guys were asking me, the anchored VWAP is this one here. So you go to the forecasting tools and you just click anchored VWAP. My SpaceX long, that's so funny. I talked about SpaceX today and I didn't take a trade because I felt like it was gambling, and look at this pump. Pretty crazy. It is gambling. Let's not kid ourselves. But it's pretty funny how that played out. There may be a new trade in the community relatively soon. Let's see, guys. Let's see. Yeah, Grigor is very helpful. Guys, listen to Grigor when he answers you because he helps me answer questions. He's actually been doing a very, very good job answering questions. Thank you, Grigor. You're killing it, man. You're killing it. Should have held DEX longer. It's down to $2. Yeah, DEX was crazy, crazy dump. Why do billionaires trade Bitcoin when they already have $1 billion? Billionaires probably don't trade Bitcoin. They just hold spot Bitcoin because they believe in it as an asset. I do like to use the Fibonacci retracement tool. Matt, usually when you go to the washroom, Bitcoin pumps. What are you waiting for? What I'm waiting for is actually right now, my friends. So we just hit the 5-hour mark. I will likely update my positions in the community relatively soon. If anything changes, it's going to be in my Telegram community. So DM me the keyword BTC on Telegram if you'd like to join that community. It's where I share all of my own personal trades, the 6 trades that I'm currently open, that are currently open. I have my Bitcoin short from 66.8 that we took on the live stream and within the community. I share it in there. Any new trades, any new updates, if I close out any trades, you will know in my community. We've been at it for just over 5 hours now, and it's been a lovely live stream. Right now, what we want to see is Bitcoin basically reclaim the value area high if we are to get continuation here. Because right now, this is still technically making the potential case for a higher low. So let's see how this plays out. We have some liquidity. We have people that are jumping into shorts here. Let's see how this plays out. If you enjoyed the content, make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, turn on the post notification bell. Don't forget to join the community if you haven't already. Thank you for tuning in, and I will see you in the next video. Talk soon.